Mic on, cam on. Okay, good deal. All right. I think we're live. Welcome to the stream. Speaking of wrestling, I've got a really interesting Boyd Watch episode today of a wrestling content creator on Boyd that I found to be pretty interesting. I've actually got multiple wrestling creators to put on there. I just don't want to put them all on in the same little time frame or whatever. But welcome to the stream. Good morning, Grace. I don't know how today's going to top yesterday. I feel like those were two of the best Memphis shows ever. I don't know what's going to happen there. I don't know how we're going to improve upon them, but I'm mildly optimistic. It seems like I don't know, haven't really been any even mid shows lately. I feel like they've all been pretty good. I'm also going to re-upload the Foot Girl clip as part of Boyd Watch, with all the commentary and all the alterations. Even the foot simps won't be able to take it down. How's it going, Ed? Man, I can't wait to see what happens with the fire. I couldn't even say it with a straight face. Fire and Flame. They're one of my favorite tag teams that I don't really like. I keep imagining them getting this giant run, just dominating Memphis with these goofy outfits on. Memphis wrestling is the best of all. It's been a lot of fun watching it. I just can't believe how good yesterday was. It was crazy good. Yeah, I'm posting the Foot Fetish Girl clip on Boyd Watch, but I'm gonna put it in the Boyd Watch news package, and then it'll be transformative by any definition. So there's nothing. We're in the clear then, I think. Is my cam messed up? There we go. I think it's the same. Anyway, let's get started. I also have something kind of cool if we have time at the end that I think that's Memphis wrestling related that I think will be pretty cool. If we don't have time for it today, we'll find a time sometime. But it has to be at the end of a stream because I think it'll probably get the stream taken down. But let's jump in here with Memphis wrestling. This is June 28th, 1986. And if you watched the last episode, this is picking up exactly where we left off.
We're already on. Right. I'm back here putting my brains together and all that sort of thing, turning the machine on to start talking. Hello again, everybody. Lance Russell and Dave Brown right alongside Ring, and by golly, we're about ready to go with another big championship wrestling. Bail me out of this, Dave.
All right, today is Sato and Goto, our first look at them on championship wrestling. We'll be looking at them. Also, we will have Bam Bam Bigelow with Larry Sharp coming in.
Wow, we'll get the Bam Bam Memphis debut. Nice.
Sure we will.
Beach Boys will be here a little bit later on. We've got an 8-man tag team match and a 6-man tag team match. We will also have the...
Holy shit, an 8-man tag match and a 6-man tag match on the same show? Holy shit.
Mod Squad, JD...
They've been loving those big, gigantic multi-man tags lately, I feel like.
Costello, Fire and Flame will be here. And in addition to that, it'll be the Nightmares, Dutch Mantell, and Paul Diamond all today.
How are we going to get this all?
Former drug addict Paul Diamond on the show.
All in one show.
We better start soon, I think.
I guess when we get on the air before long, we'll start thinking about that. We do have an outstanding card lined up for you today, and we've got some great matches. I think you're going to enjoy some of the single matches. The handicap match that Dave has already mentioned we will be having. And in addition to that, we are going to be seeing a bunch. By golly, I'll tell you what, it's another one of those big championship wrestling shows. Larry, I know you're new here and you're a little bit early.
Right out of the gate, here comes Larry Sharp.
We're going to call you out just a little bit later on.
No, what I've got to say can't wait. I know you're a world-renowned television announcer, but let me tell you something. Just as well as you are known around the world, I'm going to introduce someone to you and to these people and to the rest of the state of Tennessee and possibly to the rest of the country, the greatest wrestler that has ever wrestled in this state, in this country, and on the face of this earth. He is 390 pounds. The man's head is tattooed with flames. He's
Hey, what's up, King? We're getting ready to see the Memphis debut of Bam Bam Bigelow.
Invincible. He goes where he wants to go, says what he wants to say, and nobody does anything about it. He's Bam Bam Bigelow, the beast from the East. And don't forget it. I just hope Jerry Lawler is taking a good look at some of the things that he sees this man do, because maybe, just maybe, if he's got a half of a pea for a brain, he'll get smart and just come out and say, I've seen a better man.
Larry, there's a time later on. I know there's some reason you came out here early, but we'll talk to you a little later on.
Well, like I say, I got to sit down here.
No, we're going to take time right now, and we'll be back in just a moment. First look at the international.
Oh, yeah, I remember that, King TL. It had, like, Bam Bam Bigelow, Andre the Giant, Ted DiBiase, Hogan. Who else was in that one? I can't remember. Those are the ones I remember, like, right off the top of my head.
National tag champions Akio Sato and Tarzan Goto. They were defending their international tag titles. Let's take a look at a little clip on the highlights of it, okay? Mr. Liberty, I was kind of worried about that. I wonder if maybe we ought to...
Mr. Liberty's just awesome.
See if he can get that belt back. What? We haven't got time. Look at this. All four of them in the ring.
What a sell job.
Mr. Liberty misses as Sato held on. Liberty caught. Sato. Super kick. Nailed him hard, and that, brother, is it. Did he catch him with a full one? 1, 2, 3. And that, friend, is all there was to it. Not entirely thrilled about all of their tactics, but, brother, you got to say, here are a couple.
Who's Goto? Is that Tarzan Goto from Japan? Like, I'm not super familiar with him, so I probably wouldn't even know if I saw him, but I remember that name. That's the only wrestler I can think of that has the name Goto.
Couple of outstanding athletes. They are the international.
I remember Guido of Jado and Guido from like the 90s or whatever.
Tag team champions Akio Sato and Tarzan Goto.
There, yeah, Tarzan Goto, okay. Or Tarzan, I don't know, whatever.
We were, in fact, admiring the super...
Now, there's Sato, I think, from the Orient Express, which would make sense. And then I think this is Tarzan Goto. I'm pretty sure this is Sato, right? It looks like him.
Kick that you put on Mr. Liberty to win that first defense in this area in here, Akil.
Yeah, that's a move, but just one of finish hole for us. You know, Akio Sato, Tarzan Goto, we are international champions.
Yes, you are.
I hear so much about tactics.
This is actually really cool. Like, this is a much bigger deal, like, to me anyway, than it might, like, seem, because getting to see Tarzan Goto wrestle, especially in Memphis, is, like, so cool. Even though I could have watched it at any time on YouTube, like, it's still pretty cool getting to see it, especially, like, presented as part of, like, an ongoing, you know, run of, like, seeing all the storylines and shit.
Team competition in the Mid-South. That's why we are here. We're going to prove it. Very, very soon, we're going to be the #1 tag team, and we're going to be a center of a tag team.
Well, you came to the right spot, because you're going to find some of the toughest tag teams that anywhere in the world you have ever seen right here.
Competition get better and the tougher, we are more happy to be here.
Okay, the trophy's emblematic of the International Tag Champs, and here they are. It's Sato and Goto. We can just take those over on the desk while you go to the ring. We're ready for the first look right here on Championship Wrestling at the International Tag Team Champions. Let's go to the ring and the introductions. David?
All right, coming up here, one fall, 10-minute time limit match. And the international champions have placed the trophies for safekeeping over here on the desk during this match. David Haskins and Tracy Smothers will be facing them. Tracy out of Springfield, Tennessee. David.
Okay, so Haskins and Smothers.
Haskins wrestling out of Memphis. They weigh in at a total weight of 458 pounds. And they are not giving away too much weight. to this team of Akio Sato and Tarzan Goto.
I think that was one of the things that first astounded me, Dave, when I saw Sato and Goto for the very first time, is that they are not one of these great, huge teams. They come in, as a matter of fact, at around 450 pounds total, but their athletic ability and their use of the martial arts integrated in with the catch-as-catch-can wrestling is unreal.
Boy, and that kick we just saw when they wrapped up that match a moment ago in the highlights.
Has anybody ever seen someone do that before? I think that's one of the first times I've ever seen someone jump up on the ropes to get leverage to pull someone's hair harder. That's kind of interesting.
If that's any indication of the rest of their athletic ability, we're dealing with a rugged tag team here.
Ask Tracy Smothers right about now. Boy, he just took a couple of shots from Goto. Goto rams him into the knee over here as Akio Sato held it ready.
Goto, lower leg across the throat here.
These guys come out of Tokyo, Japan with such credentials. I am here to tell you, we have heard so much about them. And Tracy Smothers is not awed. He's battling his way back with Sato, who whips him across into the turnbuckle. Did he fire him?
Boy, he did. He threw him in there hard. He bounced into the turnbuckles.
There's a cover, but Tracy kicks his way out. Look at the legs on that Sato. That's where he gets that power to whip off like that. Unreal.
Oh, yeah. Drop kick from Tracy Smothers, too. He's trying to get to the corner and tag Haskins. But Goto in between him and the tag, and no tag made. Tracy Smothers staying in there.
Boy, has Tracy matured since he left and came back. That guy really picked up some.
My only real frame of reference for Tarzan Goto, aside from like wrestling magazines, is a few like imported tapes, and I feel like they were almost all like, I could be wrong, I could be thinking of a different guy, but I'm pretty sure it's the same guy, like from a long from like the 90s, I think, and they were like Japanese deathmatch tournaments, kind of. I think that's my only real, like, that's my main source of knowledge on him.
Some experience, and he's a lot more aggressive than he used to be.
Always had good size, but the experience does pay dividends, and I think that's what we...
It's like a name that kept coming up over and over again when you talk about Japanese wrestling from this era, and then like when you read the if you read the magazines, but like it's just not somebody I ever really delved into.
We've seen the last couple of weeks out of Tracy. Goto put him down to the mat with that one. He covers. Count of 2, but Tracy Smothers still got some fight left in him, kicks out of it. And the Japanese team makes the tag.
Here we go with the USA chant. Was he on? Yeah, that's the kind of stuff it was on. Where like, but I saw the original tapes, like not the. Are you talking about the ICP stuff? That's the vibe of the tapes that I saw, but I think I did see some of the ICP stuff too, though. Maybe I'm combining memories.
Tracy firing away on Akio Sato. Whoa! With a big chop now, going up on the rope. Sato coming down hard.
Akio Sato. I'm impressed, I got to tell you, with the way this Japanese team looked. He slammed Smothers' head into the head.
Have you ever heard like any of the old timers talk about those ICP tapes on like the IWA and FMW? That would make sense, yeah. Because a lot of the tapes I was getting were from, like, the deathmatch stuff was IWA, and then like the crazy spectacle shit that I was watching was in FMW. But like they got, I don't remember if it was Cornette or if it was, it almost would have had to have been Cornette, right? Talking about the tapes where they changed the names of the people and everything, and he was getting like really hot under the collar about it. I think it was him. It was one of those old school podcast guys.
Of Goto.
Yeah, Goto just put the top of that head available, and he banged the forehead of Tracy Smothers. And look at Tracy still fighting his way, but he has taken some punishment. Hey! leg on David Haskins.
Haskins' first official appearance in the match. All of them in there, all of them battling. Referee trying to get Tracy back outside. Meanwhile, Sato and Goto double team on Haskins. Big kick.
Goto holding, and it was Sato pitching. That's going to be it. 2-3.
I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting finish, I guess. Like an elevated sweet chin music. Kind of interesting, I guess.
Oh, 3 minutes, 33 seconds of action. And the Japanese team leaving no doubt that they can take control of the match and win it rather.
Yeah, I think if you listen to the people who were involved, like, they don't really care that it happened because they got taken care of. I think it's just the people who, like, think it was, like, bad for the business or whatever. But I don't remember them. In fact, if you talk to most wrestlers about the clowns, like, they go to the gathering and stuff, they speak, like, very highly of being, like, treated well. Most of them. There are some notable exceptions.
They're handily, even against competition that is bigger than they are, as Haskins and Smothers outweigh him by about 8 pounds. They're checking Haskins' throat over now where he got kicked. And that's it. The win goes to Akio Sato, Tarzan Goto in 3 minutes, 33 seconds of action.
International Tag Champs pick up their trophies, and they're gone with the first victory out here. Standing with me now when he should have been in originally. We got a little confused. You came out a little bit early, but I know you're excited.
I'm never confused.
This Larry Sharp guy is great.
And I'm never early.
What was the Larry Sharp's school called? Was it Monster Factory? Was that Larry Sharp's place? I can't remember. That's another thing I have, like, peripheral knowledge of, but I don't know, like, a lot. Never really looked into it.
I can't wait for these people to see the monster that I've created with my own 2 hands. You won't believe it. You go home and watch this tape over and over and over, and you'll still say, I can't believe it. What?
He's like, you'll be watching this video 39 years after it happens, and you're going to be like, oh my God, Bam Bam Bigelow. And we are. So, I mean, he was right.
What's Jerry gonna do? What's he gonna do? He ain't gonna do nothing. Lower, you're done.
Larry Sharp immediately stalks through the fucking roof, man. What a promo.
We're gonna kick your butt from corner to corner, from roof to roof, and we're gonna send you where you've never been before. And that's to the canvas.
Yeah, isn't it like 39 years? 86 to 2025? Is that right? I think.
With both shoulders flat as a pancake for a full 3 seconds.
Doesn't it, like, I couldn't imagine when I was a kid in the 80s being shown, or even like when I was a teenager, of sitting down and watching show after show of stuff from 40 years previous, like from the fucking 1950s. Like, it just wouldn't have, I don't know, but like, it seems like people still go back and revisit, like, this section of the territories, like the 70s through the 90s, remain like super popular no matter what.
Larry, you, I am certain, are aware of Lawler's reputation. He has faced the very best in the business. There's a lot of guys that are going to run Lawler all.
Yeah, Championship Wrestling from Jeremy. It seemed like the story that I kept hearing over and over in shoot interviews and stuff was that, like, the work was easy. They were easy to work. Like, the matches were not super demanding. And you know, there was a lot of rat opportunities and side hustle opportunities at them too. So, like I said, the vast majority of people that I know or that I've heard talk about it have been pretty positive about working with the Clowns. They're pretty, like, big wrestling marks too.
All the way out of the wrestling.
I think I remember that the very first thing they bought when they got their money was a wrestling ring, which is kind of cool.
Business. This is no new time and first time for Lawler.
Correction. There's been a lot of guys going to run him out of the business. He hasn't faced the best because Bam Bam Bigelow and Pretty Boy Larry Sharp are the best. So
I hope 39 years from now, I hope that there are still people watching, like, former drug addict Paul Diamond and, you know, all the, I hope that in 40 years from now, people are, like, still, like, freaking out over Joe LeDuc crushing these jobbers. That's what I hope in my mind. How's it going, Michael Myers? I'm doing good.
he may have run some guys out, but he's not running me any place I don't feel like going. As long as I got Big Bam Bam on my side, Lawler, your history. Get ready for the Larry Sharp Show.
Which honestly, and I'm not trying to make what people that do these watch-alongs and stuff, but like it is part of like passing on the tradition is like of curating and like getting people watching this stuff and talking about our memories. And like years from now, if somebody dusts this video off and somebody else makes a Boyd watch and they cover my old shows, like there's so many like wrestling memories in the chat from you guys that were in the area or talking about watching, you know, wrestling on TV when you were a kid. Like there's a lot of good like wrestling lore, and I imagine the same is true for a lot of like the podcasts. And unfortunately, I can't watch like panels where nobody has a camera on at all. I can't handle it.
I'm going to take your show, I'm going to take your body and squash it like a grape and just sit there and smile while Bam Bam peels you up off of the canvas, rolls you up, and shoves you down the corner post. Because that's where you might have a valuable job in professional wrestling, Jerry Lawler.
Well, you go wind him up.
This is me at Kroger when they won't take my coupon. Red face screaming.
Because we're going to be ready for Bam Bam Bigelow in just a minute.
He's already wound up, and Bam Bam Bigelow is ready for you.
Okay, time out. We'll be back with Bam Bam Bigelow.
A VHS camcorder in the corner. I went to a few IWA Mid-South matches in the mid-2000s that were in like rural, I think it was either rural Indiana or I'm pretty sure it was rural Indiana. But all they had was like somebody with like a really cheap camera, because Smart Mark Video didn't come out to all of the shows, like only the ones that had like big names on them. But I remember the camera for some of the shows, the video was so awful. But at least it's there, like at least you can watch it. What's up, Glocks and Grippers? One of my favorite usernames. How's it going, Nat Man? This guy reminds you of Trump? He reminds me of like a natural degradation from Ric Flair to Buddy Landell to Larry Sharp of like the bleach blondes. But I love that promo, was great. Oh my God, I'm a huge, not even factoring in wrestling, I'm a massive fan of public access TV. We've done quite a few streams about it. So public access and wrestling combined, like if you know where any of that shit is, if it's on YouTube, please let me know.
Wednesday night, Evansville Coliseum going to be something else, and I'm talking about coming down with 6 outstanding championship wrestling matches in there, and we'll give you the whole card a little bit later on. But one that will be included will be an AWA Southern Tag Championship match when Jerry the King Lawler and the Giant Hillbilly, the newest of the champions, defend against Bill Dundee and his partner, Bam Bam Bigelow.
That's what Eddie Marlin told me. Nobody can beat you in a
shit, look at this mustache. Oh my God, look at this dude, man. This mustache, the like homemade shirt, I love it. Should I get a Beast from the East shirt like that? I really do like the tag team too, Lawler and Giant Hillbilly for some reason.
Put you in a tag match and the opponent is going to be Jerry Lawler and the Giant Hillbilly. I said, oh my God, who is going to be my partner? Look how big the Hillbilly is. Larry Sharp came through because he brought the Beast from the East.
Hey, how's it going, Rich? Well, I'm assuming it's Rich. USWF? I'll have to check it out. Or I have to look for it. I've been looking for like wrestling that's got like, that's kind of like bottom of YouTube that doesn't have a lot of views or is not getting as many as it should. And I found an Israeli company, training school, that puts on matches, but that was on. I have a weird one going up today, but that was the only like traditional wrestling I could really find in Boyd.
Bam Bam Bigelow, the only man, and I can slam Frazier, and I can take you at Lawler. Tell him about it, Larry. Oh.
That's where we're going to be looking to find out.
Let me explain something to you.
Oh my God, here we go.
Lawler, you can't hide behind a dinosaur, and that's just what that big old...
The promos are different. The promos to me are different because I believe them. Like, even a goon like Larry Sharp, like, I don't believe that he is going to accomplish what he's saying necessarily, but I believe that he believes it. And that makes a world of difference, I think, in how the storylines work and stuff. And when you've got people that are like, no knock on Cody Rhodes, I think he's a really good wrestler, and I think he's a good promo. But it's like you can tell he's a skilled actor who's delivering a monologue in a skilled way. But it's not believable. I don't think he's mad. I don't think he's upset. When he was chasing Roman, it was a little bit more effective because he had like his dad's aura and this big story behind him. But I just feel like promos now are like, they're okay, but they're just like, they're actors reading scripts as opposed to people just doing cocaine and going off the deep end.
Old hillbilly reminds me of. You know, dinosaurs got a brain about the size of a pea, is what my teacher always taught me where I went to school. Well, it's going to take more than a pea brain and your redneck to do anything with the beast from the east. 400-pound Bam Bam Bigelow is going to stomp.
But you're going to have people who are too like, oh no, I like Cody Rhodes because he looks like he comes off like a character from a movie, like a superhero or something. Larry Sharp's an idiot. He's a blubbering fool. Like, okay, you're right. I can't argue with you, but like, I just happen to think that while I like Cody Rhodes, I prefer this type of like personal promo style.
He's going to kick you. He's going to elbow you, and he's going to splash you with a jackknife right off the top rope. And you know what? I talked to Mr. Dundee. He don't care if we lose either because we want to crush you. We don't want to win matches. Jerry Lawler, Pancake City.
Wednesday night, Evansville Coliseum.
Rich, healthy family force should start using that line. Pancake City.
You will see that as well as...
Oh my. How many suits does this guy have? I'm serious. Has he worn the same suit twice ever? I don't think so. The depth of this man's wardrobe is unbelievable.
A.D. Costello and Fire and Flame going against Buddy Landell and doing double duty. Jerry Lawler will be back.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it was part of that process is that you did have to come up with it. And like, even these promos, these are only the Evansville promos. They had to keep recording them for Evansville, for Vincennes, for wherever else they were going. And you had to make them different, had to make them somewhat different each time because you were probably wrestling a different person or a different storyline.
It'll just be one match for Jerry Lawler because after that match, he'll be gone. All that'll be left is Buddy Landell. And Buddy Landell ought to know what it is.
You're going to team up with your neighbors to cut that's amazing. Cutting promos on people in real life is amazing. I think it's like the best thing ever. What's up, Backwoods Squatch? The metrosexual cornet. This is an interesting suit. I think this was the thumbnail. Look at this guy. Look at this face. What the fuck, man? Whoa, man. Fire and Flame are weird.
Is to get fire thrown in his face. You know, Smokey the Bear wouldn't like us too much because we like to set fire to everything, whether it be a forest fire, whether it be a hotel room, or Buddy Landell's face.
Forest fire, too soon.
So come on, Buddy Landell. We're waiting for you. It's a lights out.
Like, I'm not knocking Cody. Like, I can watch modern wrestling. I can only watch it kind of casually because I'm not super into it, but I don't hate it. But like, it's just different. Some people are going to like the more like polished professional stuff better. And then some people are going to like the old school, like just get up there and let it rip. And I just think it's better if you believe what the guy's saying, even if it's just a jobber, then that like, it builds up the quality of whatever the storyline is, in my opinion. But I'm a storyline guy and a promo guy.
Match, but we'll have the entire arena alighted with fire and flame.
Wednesday night. Oh, yeah, okay, we're about ready to see him. I'm talking about a handicap match coming up, Dave. There's been a lot of hype and a lot of conversation about Bam Bam Bigelow.
And we're about to see him here.
Yeah, as yet we haven't seen... wait a minute. I hear something. Oh, I hope he doesn't live up to that. Here.
Like, for example, there was a really simple storyline in WWE recently that I feel like it kind of got over with a lot of people where CM Punk had that friendship bracelet. Like, that's such a simple thing, but it, like, made people really... Even though it was corny, like, you believed that it was an important item to him, and it was like... you believed it was important to Drew McIntyre to, like, crush him. So like I feel like that's a kind of a goofy old school storyline, even though they played it so seriously that it was like they were trying to shoot like an A24 thriller or something out of it instead of just a wrestling storyline.
Here comes Larry Sharp. Coming out is Larry Sharp, and there is Bam Bam Bigelow.
Oh boy. Are they giving him a handicap match? Nice.
Oh, look out. Keith Eric and Mike Murphy jumping.
He puts the shoulder to both of them, and Mike Murphy and Keith Eric go down and down again.
I'd like you to watch the strength of this man. I've come to one deduction over the last 6 months. 2 men are not enough.
Well, yeah, listen to the crowd on these shows. It's the smallest things will get them going, and like they're invested in every single match. Like it's impressive, and I think it definitely elevates the entire experience.
Bam Bam Bigelow. I'd like to say elbow after elbow.
I saw CM Punk and Seth Rollins back when he was Tyler Black in like the mid 2000s, wrestling like in front of nobody. I saw this crazy match one time. Look it up on YouTube. It's probably on there somewhere. It was Tyler Black, who's Seth Rollins now. He was wrestling a guy named Josh Abercrombie in I think it was in Midlothian, Illinois, up by Chicago. And Seth Rollins got up on the back of the like basketball backboard to put Josh Abercrombie through a table. But he came up short and he hit his ribs like right on the edge of the table. It was so nasty. That's got to be up somewhere, though, I would think. I think it was from, like, 2005.
Oh, slam after slam. Drop kick after drop kick. He can do it like a machine.
Yes, trolling the wrestlers. I like to troll the referee.
That's a 390-pound elbow. Now watch this. This is called the nuclear splash. We also know we don't care. 1, 2, 3, 4.
The only issue I have with this is that, like, I like Bam Bam, I like the handicap match, but man, the bar was set so high the last 2 weeks as to what to expect from a handicap match by Joe LeDuc. Like, he put the bar so fucking high. Like, it would be tough for Bam Bam to have, like, wowed me in this case because, like, Joe LeDuc basically, like, assaulted 4 guys in the last 2 weeks.
And you know what? He's a typical redneck Casey, and I'm going to...
I'll be on for a while, Glocks and Grippers. Probably like at least another, probably like 2.5 hours or something.
prove it.
He just got disqualified.
3 hours, something like that.
Larry Sharp. Apparently, Sharp doesn't even care about that aspect of it. Sharp jumps up into...
Paul White versus 10 Little People. I can kind of understand that. I really liked it at WrestleMania when King Kong Bundy dropped the elbow on Little Beaver. Like, that kind of made me a King Kong Bundy fan. Yeah, he forcefully cut that guy's hair off. Back when wrestling is wrestling, yes. I just feel like the referees, like, are just funny to fuck with. Like, I always try to be really serious, though. Like, after he counts a 3 count on somebody and everything's calming down, I'll, like, call him. I'll be like, ref. And when he comes over, I'll be like, 1, 2, and he got the shoulder up. And he's like, oh, get out of here.
To the ring. What in the Sam Hill has he got?
It's like wholesome, boring nerd trolling, but it's funny to me.
Oh, that's
Or like gassing up the wrestlers that you know are going to lose. That's fun, too.
very funny. He's got a can of red paint he's spraying on the back. Hollering redneck, redneck. Disqualification on Bam Bam Bigelow. It didn't take him long, brother. I'll tell you, he is a lot more agile than I would
What's up? It's me.
ever believe. Sharp brings him in at 390 pounds. What a block he is.
Oh.
Bam Bam Bigelow just lost, and without any second thought at all, we told Sharp
What was that on his back? What happened?
he was going to get disqualified, and he didn't even care. While they're administering to Mike Murphy.
I don't think so on a 5 count. I think they tried it with Bundy, and it didn't really get over in a meaningful way.
Murphy, who was the object of that flying slam,
Besides getting into arguments with Honky Tonk Man over being a bad tipper, I think my favorite King Kong Bundy lore is that he was supposed to get like the fastest win ever over SD Jones, but he like messed it up, and SD Jones like sandbagged him to make the match last longer so that it wouldn't be the fastest ever. They still acknowledge it as the fastest, but he really sandbagged him.
Coming in, the King, and I think that's what they've got in mind for you, Jerry.
Hey, come on. I got in mind for him. We're going to make you the redneck that you are. And believe me, Lawler, if Dennis Carluza
So Larry Sharp spray painted him. I completely missed that.
found out that I didn't bring Bam Bam here at this exact second to kick your butt, he'd be pretty angry with me. But I'm giving you some time to beg and plead. Send him flowers now, because when we're done with him, he's not going to be around, so appreciate him.
Send Jerry Lawler flowers now because he's not going to be around for long. Great promo.
Okay, Larry, just let us.
See, like, we know that Jerry Lawler could beat the shit out of him, right? We know that. Bam Bam might run down, but he could beat up Larry Sharp here. But, like, in the moment, like, you really believe, like, Larry Sharp feels like he's bulletproof. Like, Lawler wouldn't dare touch him, like, with Bam Bam that close to him.
It's low now. You've been out here. You had your say and more.
Redneck Casey.
You also got a disqualification out.
We don't care if we get disqualified. We're here to beat up on people. We don't count wins and losses. We count destruction. Did Godzilla care if he won or lost when he walked over Tokyo? No, but he crushed it.
Okay.
And that's what's in tune for you.
That's enough, Larry. Good.
Did Godzilla care about wins and losses when he was stomping Tokyo? No, he just wrecked it. Perfect.
Night. We don't need another Raven maniac around here, and that's what we've got with Larry Sharp. But I gotta say this Bigelow was pretty impressive in there.
Yeah. A lot of people are, you just heard him mention the name Dennis Carluza. He mentioned it last week.
I heard it last week.
Dennis Carluzo, NWA promoter. Eventually, he would be best known for being an NWA promoter. He was a promoter of the event the night that Shane Douglas threw down the NWA title and said that, like, he didn't want to represent a company that was dead. And then they christened the ECW title. Carluzo was the person on that. And then when Cornette went to ECW and did the one-night appearance there, part of his appearance agreement was that Paul Heyman would apologize to Dennis Carluzo. And then Brian Last from Cornette's podcast is like besties with Carluzo, or was. I don't know if he's still alive.
I did a little research and I found out who Dennis Carluza was. I said last week I'd never heard the name before. I have heard the name. If you watch this little piece of tape, I think it may refresh some people's memory as to who this guy is.
I'm here on the courthouse steps where just moments ago, the Bill Dundee injunction preventing all sales of the Jerry Lawler video.
Oh my gosh. Remember how long ago this was, where Bill Dundee wanted an injunction to stop Jerry Lawler from selling his VHS tapes?
Was lifted. Attorneys for Dundee argued that Jerry Lawler's agreement to a loser leave town match and his subsequent losing extended to the selling of anything connected to the King, namely the Jerry Lawler video. The tension-filled courtroom was packed with wrestling notables, including ranking members from the commissioner's office. During the court proceedings, the judge repeatedly slammed his gavel down, threatening to clear the courtroom if the attorneys for Dundee could not control their client's outbursts and unruliness. As attorneys for the cassette distributors successfully contended that Jerry losing and leaving town is one thing, but Dundee cannot force the memory of Jerry Lawler to leave as well. The Jerry Lawler video serves that right.
I feel like Dennis Carluzo is one of those kind of fun, old school, like not super old school, but old school in, compared to today, of like just that old school wrestling personality that doesn't really exist anymore. Yes, Dennis Carluzo. Good morning, Dave's channel. How's it going?
Here with me now is John J. Berzichelli, Chief Executive Officer of the Cassette Distributors. Mr. Berzichelli, a happy moment for you today.
I have to say that we're absolutely delighted with the outcome, the judge's decision. It was a very lengthy battle, expensive one, but we were under mandate to do it. And also like to formally announce that the video cassette is being shipped as of today, and again available to wrestling fans and Jerry Lawler fans across the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Berzichelli. I'm sure that's very good news for wrestling fans throughout the country. And I have with me Mr. Dennis Carluza, representative attorney for Mr. Bill Dundee.
He literally called him Carluzo. I'm pretty sure he looks exactly like what an old school wrestling guy looks like in my head.
Thoughts on today's proceedings?
Jerry Lawler may have been a king in court today, but when it comes to the ring, Bill Dundee is the new king of professional wrestling. Long live the new king. This is not going to end here. My associate and myself intend to appeal this, and that's all we have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Carluzzi. Well, there you have it. I'm sure this won't end at this point.
Dennis Carluzza.
This is Dennis Carluzza, apparently an attorney or something that represented Dundee in the case over selling the videos, you know. And now apparently he's gotten in touch with Larry Sharp, who I understand has a training grounds or something for professional wrestlers up in New Jersey, and has paid this guy, obviously paid this guy to come down here and do what Carluzza wasn't able to do.
Those would be kind of interesting to go back and watch, the Gracie's in Action tapes. I bet they're uploaded somewhere to YouTube. They're gonna Dennis Carlozza is gonna take us all the way to the Supreme Court. Can you imagine Bill Dundee cutting a promo on the Supreme Court? Now listen here, you might be the Supreme Court, but in Memphis, I'm the King Daddy.
As Dundee's lawyer. Now let me just say this, Lance. You tried to say it to the jerk a minute ago, and there was no talking to him then. He wouldn't listen.
You tried to say it to the jerk a minute ago.
But I want him to know that there have been a long, long, long list, brother, of big, bad wrestlers coming through Memphis, Tennessee, trying to get rid of the king of wrestling right here. But as you can see, Larry...
And, like, he's right. Remember we watched the promo for the VHS tape, and he was beating, like, every big name in wrestling? Like, that's a crazy promo reel to have.
Sharp, I am still here, brother, and I can name them. You're talking about the King Kong Bundys. You're talking about the Jesse Venturas. You're talking about the Ken Pateras, the Hulk Hogans. All of these big, strong, tough wrestlers. They've all come to the Mid-South Coliseum. They've all come to my backyard, brother, and each and every one of them have wound up laying flat on their
Why does a king need a judge? Exactly.
Thinking backs, thanks to the king. And you want to bring your Bam Bam Bigelow, brother? Well, I'm not hard to find, as you just saw. I'm going to be right here in this area. Anytime, any place you want some of the king, you come and get you all you can handle, brother.
Well, you hear it pretty direct from Jerry Lawler. We know what his attitude is, and we've seen his performance in the past. Beware, Bam Bam Bigelow. We'll take time out. Be back with more in just a moment. Give a cup 2 or 3 towns coming up that I know you folks are want to get out and see that good old championship wrestling Tuesday, July the 1st, Vincennes, Indiana, at the Vincennes University PE complex. The King's going to be there.
I don't think I ever saw any wrestling at the Vincennes, Indiana thing they're talking about, but I'm pretty sure I saw wrestling at the National Guard Armory there several times.
You're going to be seeing on Friday, July the 18th, Hopkinsville, Kentucky at the Civic Center. Tickets will be going on sale at 5 o'clock at Hopkinsville on the 18th, Thursday, July the 24th.
Oh, thanks, Dave. I'm trying to have a chill week after I had some drama last week, so I'm taking a wrestling week to recover. Normally we do it at least once a week, but it's pretty relaxing. I'm kind of enjoying it.
Owensboro, Kentucky at the Sport.
Well, I knew that I would, but I thought, like, if I do it every day, is it gonna, like, am I gonna lose some of the, like, anticipation or whatever? But, like, the shows are so good, that doesn't really happen.
Sports Center, the box office is going to be opening up at 5 o'clock there. What a couple of...
From Seymour, Indiana? I don't know where that is. I don't know where Seymour, Indiana's at.
3 outstanding towns. Come out and see it when you possibly can, my friend. Wednesday, I know you're going to be down at the...
I'm trying to think of the places that I saw wrestling in Indiana. Definitely Vincennes, definitely Evansville, definitely. But again, it wasn't in these historic like venues they're talking about. It was mostly in like armories and high school gyms and shit, or what stuff like that, like little community centers. Like 10, 20 people in the audience, maybe, if you're lucky.
Evansville Coliseum. You'll be seeing the Hunter open up against Danny Fargo. The Nightmares going against Yamamoto and Jeff Jarrett. The Mod Squad facing the Bruise Brothers. A vicious dog collar match when Joe LeDuc goes against Paul Diamond. AWA Southern Tag Title match when Jerry the...
Me and Jim Neihart, my buddy. I was the original Hitman. Not a lot of people know that. Before Brett was in the tag team, it was me and Jim Neihart.
King Lawler and the Giant Hillbilly will in fact be defending against Dundee and Bigelow, and then Landell and Lawler against Fire and Flame Wednesday night. I want to show you the kind of folks that J.D. Costello is associated.
The Weed Man and the Anvil.
With. There was a whale of a match that took place in Memphis, Tennessee between Buddy Landell and Flame, and I will let the pictures speak for J.D. Costello and Fire and Flame, the type of folks. Take a look at this one with Landell. Off the second rope, misses it.
I don't know. Paul Diamond has that new like Rambo upgrade, but he still got taken down, I think, at the end of in that big melee at the end of the last episode.
Landell has got to be glad he moved out from under that one. And look at Buddy coming back. Big pop kick. Nice.
I don't know. Probably like a few hours, I would say. I feel like I'm like a few hours from pretty much anything.
Over the top. And down. Both of them go.
It looks like the background looks like a Molly Hatchet album cover. I'm wondering if that's got to be a Lawler thing, right? That's got to be he loved to do those like Frank Frazetta type fantasy drawings. Former drug addict Paul Diamond, yeah, he's in it. Oh man, dog collar match, wow. I'm sure that's on a house show. I'll try to find it though. Maybe we can watch it sometime.
Partner Fire slipped into the ring while the referee was distracted by J.D. Costello. Down into a small package. He got him.
Wow. Ken.
5 minutes and 8 seconds. Buddy Landell.
You would become a drug addict if you had to face Joe LeDuc. And, I mean, yeah, in a dog collar match, he could just like, he'd be in complete control. Remember, 10 men couldn't separate his hands from his bear hug.
Is the winner. Landell caught full face with that fire. And now both Fire and Flame. After Landell, the referee goes down, and he starts pounding on Landell. Landell, the official winner. Here comes
Come on, where's get the Beach Twins down there? Who's his partner, Dutch?
Austin Idol.
Oh, we got Austin Idol.
The Idol coming in to help Landell out.
Yes.
Well, I hope that makes you guys
He's got on his Halloween attire today.
proud of what you did to Buddy Landell.
You know,
I think this is actually the thumbnail. I didn't realize they did 2 interviews.
Buddy Landell, I feel so sorry for him. He comes out here week after week. He gives you his profile. He tells you how pretty he is, how handsome he is, how all the girls flock after him. Well, they aren't flocking after him anymore because
Buddy Landell was Buddy Landell's worst enemy? Absolutely. Like, I mean, I talk about it all the time about how good he was and that he, you know, always kind of self-sabotage. But if you watch he's really good here, but if you watch him, like, the Smoky Mountain run, I wish we could watch that on here without WWE messing with it. But, like, his run in Smoky Mountain is so good and definitely, like, really, like, zeroes in on, like, how good he could have been.
Fire and Flame have effectively burned his face. You know, he looks like he's been in some type of nuclear attack. He's got meltdown. We're talking serious meltdown all over his face. You know, Buddy Landell, your days are numbered. In fact, is he here today? Have you seen him? No, you haven't. You know where Buddy Landell is? He's in the Houston Burns Center for has-been wrestlers. He's gone. And a word of warning to a lot of wrestlers, to all the geeks in the other dressing room, to Dutch Mantell, to Austin Idol, your days are numbered. And a word of warning to the most important man of all, Jerry Lawler, you're finished.
EFD.
When it's said and done, all we're going to have is a huge stock of wrestlers belonging to J.D. Costello.
Jim Cornette and Oliver Humperdinck. Man, Oliver Humperdinck, what a character. What the hell was up with that guy? I never got it. But I only really saw him in WWF until I got older. But, like, I never understood his deal. I thought he looked like a character out of, like, the Dark Crystal or something. It was so strange.
Dynasty, and that's all I've got to say about it. It's said and done.
Okay, well, I can tell you, you have nothing to be proud of in what you did. Situation that absolutely was inexcusable. And the more we see of you guys, the sicker we get. Coming to the ring right now, the Mod Squad, joined by Fire and Flame. We have got an 8-man tag coming up, Dave.
Okay, so we got Garmin and Trailer teaming up with the Beach Twins against J.D. Costello's army, pretty much. A human cartoon. He was really weird. I don't know how to explain it. I thought he was like a weird mythological character with his weird face, and like his body was kind of, he had a really unique body type, I feel like.
Get around, I get around, yeah, get around, I get around.
Hey, in all seriousness too, thank you to the Beach Boys for they didn't do anything to any of the appearances of the Beach Twins so far. So hopefully I'm not jinxing it, but they didn't mess with using this song at all.
Coming in right now, Van Horn and John Stewart, the Beach Boys.
This was the Wild West backwoods squatch. It was this was the era you could do anything. It's why if you go back and watch even WWF like arena shows, they have to like change a bunch of the music because a bunch of the people used like actual songs. And in a like a kind of a cyclical moment, I'm pretty sure WWE announced that they're like moving away from in-house and they're going to start using like licensed music. But I'm sure they're going to bake it into the deal that they in perpetuity, whereas there were no agreements in this case.
The Beach Boys with their partners Jerry Garmin and Benny Traylor stepping up on the side of the ring right now. Already in the ring, it's the Mod Squad.
Like, there'll be a bunch of licensed music in these shows, and then like none of those people do anything. But then if we have time after and we watch like a quick video from like Boyd or something, like that video of Jedi Joy had music in the background, and like that got claimed. So like just constant music, nothing but like using the music out of a short, and you get hit.
Fire and Flame and J.D. Costello, and Fire and Flame and the Mod Squad are jumping them even before the bell sounds. J.D. Costello sent them across the ring and after their opponents, and they have just thrown out of the ring all their opponents, Garmin and Trailer and the Beach Boys. Now, the referee is trying to get one from each team in there. He's got Flame in there for one team, and Jerry Garmin in there for the other. Look out, Fire and Flame teaming up here. Fire with a knee. Then grabs Garmin, fired him into the turnbuckles.
Yeah, and like Junkyard Dog had another one, Bites the Dust, which would definitely get zinged. I guess that happened when we watched Mid-South before WWE took the video down.
Big, powerful knee lift. For the Mod Squad.
You know, Dave, you know what these wrestlers that Fire and Flame and Spike and Basher are after? They look like a couple of Medicare cases. We're going to finish them off for good today on television.
Medicare cases.
Now, we'll see about that. I got to go along with one thing. When you got all that weight, you're talking about over 1,000 pounds, 1,081 pounds over here. Just size alone is a big advantage, and you add the tactics and experience of both the teams of the Mod Squad and Fire and Flame, and you've got some opponents that are incredibly rugged. This is Van Horn in for the Beach Boys.
Okay, so the Fire and the Flame were Don Bass as Fire and Roger Smith as Flame. So that's who they are. I finally just had to look it up.
Where did these guys come from? Are you sure they can even put on their wrestling trunks? Where did they come from?
I'll tell you where they came from. These guys came out of California. wrestling out of. Boy, big, powerful drop.
Paul Orndorff as a babyface. Oh, no. I love him as a heel, though. Like, some of those old WWE shows on, like, primetime wrestling where he's just, like, running around insulting people constantly. Just like, he does, like, almost like IRL content. He, like, goes to gyms and critiques everybody and talks shit to people. It's really funny. But I don't, as a babyface, I don't know. There's always that cage match where everybody says that he got his feet on the floor before Hogan, but...
And Flame throws him into the ropes and says, go ahead and tag somebody. He does. He tags his partner, Jon Stewart.
Grab Them Cakes was horrible compared. It was such a downgrade from Another One Bites the Dust. What's up, Gobbledygook?
Look at that. Four of the greatest wrestlers you've ever seen.
Mr. Wonderful, like, he did peak when he was with Hogan, but, like, that run with Hogan was so big and it was so, like, instrumental to growing WWF that, like, I feel like a lot of people sleep on it, but, like, they drew huge. That feud was, like, massive.
Admit it, they're lethal. Admit it.
I'll admit that they're lethal, all right, JD, and I sure don't like the tactics they use. That was...
Look what Spike did. One of the most beautiful clotheslines I've ever seen in my life.
No, not the Outlaw. Don. Yeah, it was Don. Ron's the mustache, Black Bart cowboy character.
Spike did not go for the 3 count. He picked him up.
Jon Stewart bounced very hard down on the mat.
Basher taking over from Spike. Ooh.
Boy, I wouldn't want to be looking across the ring at the Mod Squad and Fire and Flame. Look at that one.
Counts at 1, picks him up at the 1 count. Looking across there at either team would not be any fun. Can you imagine having to look at both teams at one time?
Double backdrop, and Jon Stewart down hard on the mat. Crossed over again.
Don't pin these guys. We're just going to teach them a valuable lesson in wrestling today.
Fire and Flame, the Mod Squad, moving in and out of there very fast there.
So Don Bass's gimmick, very similar to Ron Bass's gimmick. He was still called the Cowboy. He died in 2016. Yeah, he just wrestled under the name Don Bass. Oh, here we go. Here's his names. Also known as Fire, Intern Number 2, Scorpion, Punisher. Okay, so maybe Don Bass is the guy that they're cycling in and out of all these different, like, random jobber outfits. Assassin Number 2. And get this. Oh, he was also known as A-Team Number 1, Boston Strangler, and maybe my favorite out of all of them, the Rock and Roll Phantom.
Keeping fresh meat in there all the time, and they are flat wearing out. Jon Stewart of the Beach Boys, as right now, it is Basher tagging to Flame. He comes in, headbutt Stewart down. Very well could have something in the
The Rock and Roll Phantom. I feel like we're missing out.
headgear. Oh, from behind they're caught. Here comes Van Horn and Garmin and Trent.
I think if you're looking to pro wrestling as like a place to find a lot of moral character or like, you know, if you're looking for like quality of character, I just think wrestling is, especially from this era, is probably not the best place to look for it. So there are very few people from this era who don't have like massive, you know, backstories with crazy shit. So I just kind of accept that they're all, you know, flawed people. I don't really think about them and they're like personally. I just always like, I don't ever like wonder what Hulk Hogan does at home or anything like that.
Trailer and everybody's in there.
We've been sending beats like this to the hospital for years. You know what's going to happen right now. Watch it.
Oh, he's going into pants right now. Hey, Calhoun, look for this. And there's Buddy Landell.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, he got in there just in time.
Look at Buddy Landell clearing him out. Now I'm going to come out here and I'm going to help these Beach Twins. You wanted to be medic number 2?
On Buddy Landell. Buddy Landell disqualified, or rather the team of Van Horn, Stewart, Garmin, and Trailer disqualified because Landell jumped into the ring. So Fire and Flame and the Mod Squad are going to get the victory by DQ.
Southern heavyweight champ Buddy Landell.
I like how he brought the title down with him. That's pretty, it's pretty interesting. Landell cleaning house as a face is epic, yeah.
Did a number in that ring in there, buddy.
And really, Buddy Landell is not any different, right? The only thing that changed is he's like fighting back against somebody that the fans hate worse. It's not like him or Dutch, really, either one of them did anything to turn face. It was just the storytelling did it for them in a way that let them not have to change their character, or really how they interact with, like, how there's, you know, how their characters go. But like, they'll just eventually, the story will shift a little bit more, and then they'll be back to heels.
And boy, I'll tell you one thing, everybody was glad to see you. They were trying to do the same thing to someone else that they did to you.
What's the matter, JD? Did Smokey the Bear put your fire out, baby? Now listen up. This is the Southern heavyweight champion talking to you, Daddy. Now, if I was those two big guys and I got beat by the Nature Boy, I'd be ashamed of myself, too. Now, Lance Russell ain't taking nothing off of the guys, all right? I've been in easier car wrecks. But let me tell you something. This is professional wrestling. This ain't fighting. Look at this. They tried to put my face out. They tried to burn my whole body, Lance. What is it?
They did, in fact, covered you with flames.
Let's go back a few months ago. Now, I pulled some of the lowest tricks in
You're grabbing trophies off the wall so they know not to mess with you.
the book, all right? But I ain't never wanted to hurt nobody like this. I beat Jeff Jarrett up, but yeah, okay? But I never did.
I like this. He's like, God damn, man, this is wrestling. You trying to burn up my whole body.
Anything like this. And JD, let me tell you, Fire and Flame something, all right? If you think that you got the patent on the fire, baby, you're wrong. Because I might just cruise on down the store in my Mercedes to the hardware store and get me an acetylene torch and set you on fire. How does that sound, huh? Huh? Look,
Oh, you want to throw flash paper at me? I'm going to go get an acetylene torch.
let's even the score up a little bit, baby. Why did they run, Lance Russell? What's the matter? They a little scared, huh?
JD said he had already taken care of you. The fact you were down at Houston Burns Center and wouldn't be available for action.
Houston Burns, let me tell you something, JD. Close, baby, but no Weo. You know what I'm talking about? No Weo, baby. Now, who's zooming who, Lance Russell? I want to say one other thing, all right? Me and Austin Idol hadn't always got along, baby. But I want to thank him, and I really appreciate him coming out and helping the Nature Boy. We're taking it.
Like, this is a heel promo. Like, it really is. This is Buddy Landell doing his typical heel promo by blaming other people for what happened and, you know, being, you know, projecting his ego and stuff. But, like, it's the same guy. It's just we like him now because he's fighting, you know, he's feuding with Bill Dundee.
To you, Fire and Flame. JD, I know you're the brain behind this, Daddy, and I'm going to go through them one by one. And to get to you, Queenie, and I'm taking you all the way out of the picture.
Buddy Landell.
Absolute dynamite. What a great promo. Who's zooming who? Yeah. Great promo.
And he's a hot
How's it going, Avery?
one. Timeout. We'll be back in a moment. You see it, rough and ready.
Okay, so we talked about this last week. I can't remember who let us know that they changed the names, but the tag team from last week, the Dirty Black Boys, is now renamed Rough and Ready from what I saw. So that gimmick didn't last very long.
Will be the opposition for Mantel and Paul Diamond. I don't care what the name. They're not going to have an easy task when they climb in with a Dutchman and young Paul Diamond. Paul
Oh, we got former drug addict Paul Diamond in the ring.
dressed out in his commando gear, and we're ready for the introductions, Dave.
All right, this one is going to be a one fall.
Those were the days when the only thing you needed to be a heel was a promo. Yeah, I mean, that really is, I think that is all it still takes. It's just kind of a little bit of a lost art.
10-minute time limit match. And on this side of the ring, Rough and Ready with their boss, their manager, Boss Winters. And then
here comes cell-shaded Borderlands version of former drug addict Paul Diamond.
Across the way at a total of 448 pounds. Couple of tough ones out of Oil Trough, Texas, Dutch Mantell. And in the ring right now, it's Paul Diamond from Thunder Bay, Ontario, Canada. He'll be starting. Referee Jerry Calhoun says, let's...
Buddy Landell delivering that kind of promo. Now, I shot a fella with a nail gun, and y'all chanted CWA. Why didn't you chant for Buddy Landell?
Let's get this one going.
Diamond starting it out. And he is going against Ruff, who is the taller of the two.
Dude, I think the Rough and Ready outfits are fantastic. Like, they look like they're from part of some, like, guerrilla military force or, like, you know, a cartel or something. I think they look really cool.
In the corner, Dutch Mantell.
Rough and Ready team gives away lots of weight to Diamond and Mantell. Cover by Diamond, only a 2 count.
Tag on the Dutchman.
Dirty Dutch, by his own description.
Are you hearing the people in the crowd? I've heard like a bunch of people, whip his ass, Dutch.
Ruff finds the going, Ruff. He ran into Dutch Mantell's upper arm. Mantell.
Yes, correct. Paul Diamond had a bunch of other, he was Max Moon. Remember that crazy shit?
Leans back to the corner, the tag made. The Canadian Paul Diamond.
Corporal Kirshner vibes. Honestly, like, I hate Corporal Kirshner as a character. I hated him when I was a kid. I hate him as a character. I actually think former drug addict Paul Diamond is a little bit cooler than Corporal Kirshner, but same. Well, Corporal Kirshner, I think, was like a more of a patriot character. And former drug addict Paul Diamond is like a disillusioned man who's like mind broke after a large man molested him and then forcibly cut his hair. So he's in like a Rambo, like shattered mind, PTSD type of soldier.
And back in.
Paul, who has had quite
I'm not sure about the Spellbinder.
a running battle with Joe LeDuc, and of course, I think most of you remember it all came about when LeDuc, irritated that Diamond wouldn't cut his hair, jumped Paul from behind and proceeded.
Yeah, my watching these Memphis shows is like I've really gotten to see Dutch more as a performer instead of just being a like a manager or a, you know, kind of commentator or whatever.
To cut his hair off, Paul had great long flowing locks, and LeDuc thought it didn't make him a man to look like that. So he made him look like a man. He's found out that Diamond is quite a man.
Mantell back in. Mantell going for the mask, so Ruff slides under the ropes down on the floor, and conference.
Let's find out who's under these masks of these people that we've seen only one other time.
Time for Rough and Ready and their manager. Ruff slides back under the ropes. Dutch Mantell just waiting there. Rough and Ready make a tag. This will be Ready coming in.
I don't know whether he is.
What's the motivation here? What's the motivation for the crowd to want their masks off? Do they think they know them? Do they think this is someone they know, like masquerading in the ring? I don't understand it. I don't know. I've never seen I've never watched a like masked wrestler and been like, they should take his mask off. I don't know.
But he's in there anyhow, so he's facing the Dutchman. Whoa, whoa.
Yeah, Kirshner was awful, but he was kind of funny when he went to when he wrestled in Japan as like a Leatherface and shit like that, like horror movie gimmicks. You think it's Denzel Washington under the mask?
Dutch again going after the mask, and again that team using the opportunity to get outside. Dutch Mantell.
He should have kept his mask on. I think there are very few people who unmask, and it's like, oh, they're much cooler now. Like, You know what I mean? I just think a mask is cool. Like, I don't want to see, like, Penta without his mask on. I think his mask is so, like, badass.
The tag, Paul Diamond. Back in.
Everyone in this crowd is fearful of masks.
Oh, nice backdrop. Paul Diamond snaps him up in the air and suplexes him right square in the middle of it. Now Paul's going after the mask.
Oh, my God. Former drug addict Paul Diamond even wants the masks off.
Dutch was working on him earlier in the crowd. Said, "Yeah, take them off, take them off." And it looks like Paul caught the excitement there. Ooh, man. Ready, is thrown into the turnbuckles, bounced out of there. Paul Diamond.
I don't remember that offhand, but I've only seen like some of the Mid-South. And when we tried to do a watch through of it on here, but WWE kept taking the streams down.
Picks him up and tags Dutch Mantell.
Double hand, Mantell. Flying off the second rope. Slams Reddy right behind the back of the neck and gets kicked away by Ruff.
Boy, upset Mantell a little bit too. He said, "Hey, you want in here, come on right now."
Yeah, I don't know what they were doing when they took Ray's mask off of him. It just, like, what was the point? Like, he looked weird. I thought he looked like he was just a weird vibe.
That's then moved Reddy back away from the ropes a little bit.
We could probably watch Mid-South over on Twitch. They don't take me down ordinarily. It's just the pain because more I have, like, more people are interested here. And then it's like half the shit that you could watch here, you can't watch here, but you could watch on Twitch. But then you have to, like, coordinate, and you're never going to get, you know, it's never going to be convenient for the viewer.
Just a little outclassed right here in this tag match. Ruff and Reddy not quite in the same category. Look at that snap suplex. Boy, he blasted him down, and Diamond is tagged. He gets him with that super kick. That could be it. Boy, he nailed him hard. 1, 2, 3, yeah.
So Paul Diamond here in this new character, I guess they kind of have to make him, like, emotionless and remorseless and a killing machine so that we can at least buy him a little bit going up against LeDuc, but it's a pretty significant shift.
Paul Diamond, Dutch Mantell will be the victors.
Like, the match was over, but you could tell he was, like, ready to fight that, like, keep the fight going.
4 minutes, 38 seconds the time on it, as Mantell and Paul Diamond simply had too much of everything here today. Size, experience, maybe desire even. Paul Diamond, Dutchman.
Your favorite tag team, Ruff and Reddy? I think they should get figures. They look really cool. Mid-South is probably my favorite territory, and I've only seen a little bit of it, but, like, the stuff I saw was so good. Like, I love the territory stuff with, like, bringing in new guys all the time and taking old guys out and, like, being, like, story-focused, studio wrestling. And I think Mid-South does that probably just about the best. And then Bill Watts also does so much, like, says crazy shit on commentary, like, just random stuff, talks about his like, people that he's talking with in the community. And there's a lot of interesting commentary.
Mantell, the winners, 4 minutes.
And what's his name? Was it Reese Bowden that wears the crazy ass coats?
38 seconds of time.
Up, they put it together, all of the physical attributes, the mental bit, and we're tagging in and out of there. Paul, you got a relatively easy win in there, but not all of them are going to be that easy, and you know it.
That's true, Lance. You know, Joe LeDuc, this whole issue is about making me a man. Well, let me tell you something, Joe LeDuc. I was already a man. And you know what? You're not a man. Every time you jump me from behind, you choke me with that belt. You knock me out from behind to cut my hair. Well, this time, brother, ain't gonna be that way. We're gonna be connected right from the start with those dog collars. I'm gonna pull you around. I'm gonna choke you till your bug eyes pop out of your head.
Yeah, you've got look out, Paul.
Yeah, we've been watching this we started at the first show of 1986. Now we're, like, almost halfway through the year. But I think every broadcast we're watching is like the version you would have seen if you were in the Evansville area. So like the local promos and everything are set for Evansville.
What in the Sam Hill is happening? Joe LeDuc. Joe LeDuc.
What's his shirt say?
Let me tell
Oh, it's like a restaurant, Zinni's East or something like that?
you something, Paul Diamond. You challenged me in a dog collar match. You don't know what you're talking about, Diamond. Because take a good look at Joe LeDuc. You know I've been in this business.
They're like, hey, could you put our T-shirt on and advertise our business and then try to like grope and then forcibly cut the hair of former drug addict Paul Diamond?
15 years, and I've been tied by the wrist. I've been tied by the legs. I've been tied by the neck. And I've been choked many times. And let me say something to you. When I get in the ring and we both get tied by the neck, and I throw you over that top rope, and you're hanging there, and I'm in the ring, and I pull, and you choke, You gotta realize, Diamond, that you are not a man. You are a boy. Not only you're a boy, you're not a man, but you lost your identity. Let me say something to you, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
What?
Or Rambo, or G.I. Joe. Shut up! Shut up!
Now Joe LeDuc.
This is amazing. I'm like marking out for this so much. I think this is just like distilled pro wrestling. How's it going, Joe Shabatoni?
Who is going to try to sneak up on Paul Diamond. I don't think well, there goes the shirt. LeDuc getting ready for an impromptu set to with Paul Diamond. But I'm not so sure he wants to catch Diamond straight on. He's finding out that this young man is pretty doggone able to take care of himself. Paul Diamond, who was out.
I mean, great. I thought that was a great segment. I love that. Joe LeDuc is on fire on this run.
They're explaining, and LeDuc and Diamond do have a dog collar match coming up in the near future. And he was talking about it. LeDuc was trying to sneak up behind him, and Graceful Joe knocked over the whole dog.
Graceful Joe. What?
Doggone set. But he didn't want to climb in a ring one-on-one straight ahead at Paul Diamond. Maybe he'd rather get him from behind. We'll take time out and be back in a moment.
Wow, Lance Russell. Lance, come on, brother. Yeah, Paul Diamond is jacked here. You can tell, like, I think maybe somebody, he thinks like this is his big chance. Like maybe somebody told him like, hey, this storyline could really get you over. He's gotten himself into like amazing shape. I just don't, there's just something about him. I can't, like I want LeDuc to win. I want him to brutalize Paul Diamond. I don't know what it is about him. I don't dislike him. I just can't connect. I'm not connecting with him as like a baby face. Like I want LeDuc to win.
Evansville Coliseum, 6 big matches coming up Wednesday night, and brother, I mean some.
Hey, what's up, bro? You grew up watching this on Louisville? That's awesome. Where's Hands of Stone Ronnie Garvin? I don't know. I'd like to see him.
A dog collar match.
Man, imagine Ronnie Garvin versus Joe LeDuc. I'm sure it probably happened. That'd be a hell of a match.
Be included. You're going to be seeing the Mod Squad against the Bruise Brothers. Nightmares will be up there, and by golly, you will be seeing a Southern Tag Team title match when Jerry the King Lawler and the Giant Hillbilly will be defending against Bill Dundee, and his partner is going to be Bam Bam Bigelow. Look out.
That's right, Lance. Let's just get this over with. You know, we hear all from Mike Sharp about about he's coming in the area and he thinks I'm going to be running. He thinks
Mike Sharp? No way. The 86 has been so lit, and now they're bringing in my favorite fucking job guy of all time, Mike Sharp. Or did he mean Larry Sharp? I think he might have meant to say Larry Sharp, but I think he said Mike Sharp, right? I wouldn't.
it's over with. You know, we hear all from Mike Sharp about he's coming in the area and he thinks I'm going to
Yeah, I think he meant Larry Sharp. But man, if they brought in Iron Mike Sharp, I would lose it.
be running. He thinks I'm going to be hiding. Well, we're right here, brother, in Evansville, Indiana, and we're going to see just how big and how bad this Bam Bam Bigelow is. Because as I've said once before, there have been a lot of big, bad...
Oh, yeah, Garvin could definitely be like, could be a legit threat to LeDuc.
Dudes come through this area, right here in Evansville, Indiana, trying to get rid of the king of wrestling, brother, and they're all long gone.
Oh, mine's definitely Iron Mike Sharp. I met him when I was a kid. My sister's boyfriend was working security at the little like local venue. We had like the D-list people there, but he was like, "Hey, do you want to meet one of the wrestlers?" And I was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Who do you want to meet?" And I was like, "Iron Mike Sharp." So I met Iron Mike Sharp.
And I am still here.
He seemed put out to have to come and talk to me, which he was a heel, so it kind of makes sense. But he did come over and like. I don't even remember if he said anything. I think he just kind of did that growl voice and said something, but I don't remember what he said.
Talking about your Jesse Venturas and your Hulk Hogans and your Ken Pateras and your Kamala the Giants and all of these jerks. Your King Kong Bundys, you name them. Well, Bam Bam Bigelow, as far as I'm concerned, brother, you're no different. You're going to be long gone, and I'm still going to be here. And if you think that you're so big and you think you're so bad, I want you to take a look at this gentleman standing right over here. Now, Bam Bam Bigelow don't stack up to him. He may be big, but he don't match up to this man right here. And we are the Southern Tag Team Champions. And Dundee, everybody knows that I hate your stink.
Look at this hat this dude's got on. This tag team is so good, and we hardly ever get to see them wrestle because it's always at the arena shows. But like, I dig this tag team. One of my favorite tag teams was the Colossal Connection, like Andre and Haku. I feel like this is a similar kind of a vibe.
Guts. So I can't think of two jerks that I'm looking forward to more to getting in the ring with than Bam Bam Bigelow and Punk Bill Dundee. And Lance, I want to tell you, I got double duty that night.
You really do.
That's right, brother. That's how much I'm worried about you, Dundee, and you, Bigelow, because I've already signed to be Buddy Landell's partner to go.
Brock Lesnar banged and stole your wife? Oh, no. What? No, I didn't troll. At that time, I was just a kid. Like, I didn't really troll the wrestlers. But I did accidentally, when I was a little bit older, I did accidentally slap Tom Brady in the face when he came by to do a like high five in the crowd, but it was completely accident. But I wasn't trolling then. I didn't troll till I got to be like a teenager.
Go back there against the two jerks, Fire and Flame. Now that's right, they've thrown some fire and they've hurt some people. But you're looking at somebody right here that knows a little bit about throwing fire too, brother. So you can
I always felt like the Gorilla Monsoon did a really good job of making Mike Sharp seem like he was a legitimate threat, and like they would let him win like every once in a while. So like he had a tiny bit of credibility, but like I think I gave him like, I honestly thought he had a chance to win pretty much every match, which obviously was delusional on my part. But I liked that he had the gimmick of the like, he had the arm brace that he kept on for years when he got an injury, and Gorilla always like railed him about it.
Expect a hot time in Evansville, Indiana, Wednesday night.
That's coming up Wednesday night. The Giant Hillbilly and Lawler.
He sold fake Rolex watches. I bet we can find that story on a shoot interview. That'd be funny to hear.
They're defending these big belts here, and then you're going to see Lawler back in double duty. You make it out there Wednesday night.
The CWA Championship Wrestling Association on tour.
All-star action, all-star cards.
Welcome to Owensboro. Former drug addict Paul Diamond.
Thursday, July the 24th at Owensboro, Kentucky at the Sports Center. Also, July the 24th in Grenada, Mississippi at the high school.
It's at the high school.
Friday, July the 18th at
It's at the Civic Center. Imagine this for you people, like for you guys that are like much younger. Like imagine a time when it wasn't always like the Staples Center or the whatever. It was just like places just had normal names of like, you know, stuff that was community related, if that even.
Evansville, Kentucky at the Civic Center. Thursday, July the 17th, Boonville, Mississippi at the Northeast.
Welcome to Boonsville.
Junior College. Friday, July the 11th in Huntsville, Alabama.
We don't even know where it's at. They didn't even put a thing on there. There wasn't even a location. Did you see that?
Thursday, July
Now, Rupp Arena, there's your big show.
the 10th at Rupp Arena in Lexington, Kentucky. Special summer prices in effect. Friday, July the 4th, a spectacular
At the Coliseum, hell yeah.
the Jackson Coliseum in Jackson, Tennessee. Also that same day, Wrestling at the Star Spangled Celebration, sponsored by TV5 at Tom Lee Park, and it's free. This coming Thursday in Nashville,
We'll let you know where to show up.
Tennessee at the Fairgrounds Sports Arena. Dundee, Mantell, Leduc, Mod Squad, Paul Diamond, and others. The action hits Evansville, Indiana this coming Wednesday at the Evansville Coliseum. This coming Tuesday in Louisville, Kentucky, we're talking Austin Idol, Bill Dundee, Bam Bam Piccolo, and Buddy Landell.
When I was going to see indie wrestling in the mid-2000s, it was pretty much always like 80% of the time it was at a National Guard armory.
Also this coming Tuesday
In Vincennes. I saw that guy James. Remember James Gibson from the WWF? He was Jamie Noble. I saw him during the time where he was like doing a run in Ring of Honor and some other indies. I saw him in Vincennes, Indiana for I think IWA Mid-South.
Vincennes, Indiana, at the PE complex of Vincennes University. The King, the Giant Hillbilly, and a Ladies' World title match. Action too good to miss.
A women's world title match. Have we seen, I could be wrong, but aside from the rats and the women in the crowd, have we seen a single woman on CWA in 1986? Like, has anybody had like I don't think anyone's had a valet. I don't think there's been any kind of storylines. I don't think there's been any women featured at all to this point that I can think of.
Brought to you by Championship Wrestling Association.
Jamie Noble honestly was like a really, really, really good wrestler, but WWE just didn't let him do his thing. But his matches in Ring of Honor were really solid. He was the one who, remember the Summer of Punk? Right before CM Punk got signed to WWE, he did like a farewell tour as like a heel champion in Ring of Honor. I think Jamie Noble was James Gibson was the one who ended that and finally beat him for the title. I think that was in St. Louis, I want to say.
Tag team action set to go here.
Or was it St. Louis or Dayton? I can't remember.
Here in an expiration of time match. We're going to have Pat Tanaka and Tracy Smothers. Going to be Pat Tanaka's partner here to go against the team.
Oh, shit. Miss Texas. Hell yeah.
Team of the Nightmares. Danny Davis and Ken Wayne. Referee Jerry.
Man, these guys, I don't know what it is about them. I don't know. I'm not a big Nightmares fan.
Calhoun standing there in between them, and we are just about ready to get the action going.
Bell time. And
how's it going, Distinction?
Violating what time we have left, I am here to tell you we've got a dandy in there.
Oh, this is an expiration of time match.
Nightmares. Pound for pound, two of the finest tag partners that you will find anywhere. Danny Davis and Ken Wayne going against a very classy young athlete from Hawaii, Pat Tanaka. And his partner filling in with him today is Tracy Smothers. This is a good one, David.
Yeah, I need to go back and see that, David. I'm a big Penna fan.
Is indeed a good one. Tanaka starting against Ken Wayne. Ken Wayne complaining about something. I don't know what it was. Wanted the referee to check, and now he says it's okay. If he wants to use judo and karate.
Like, I think they're good wrestlers. I'm more familiar with Danny Davis than I am Ken Wayne, but like, there's something about this gimmick and like the persona. It seems like something that I should like because it's completely fucking off the rails, but I don't know. I'm not connecting with it yet.
That's fine. Watch me. Yeah. Let's see. So far, Ken's doing fine.
Yeah, Tanaka and Paul, I think had some matches. They were like tag teaming even earlier on before Paul started getting molested by Joe LeDuc.
Look at this.
Oh. He kicked him right in the back of the head. Never knew what hit him, I don't think.
Beautiful moves. Ken Wayne wasn't any slouch, but he just ran into somebody a little bit better. Oh, now you're complaining.
I mean, amazing action figures, though. How's Mattel not making these?
Danny Davis takes over. No messing around for Danny. He grabbed the arm, but it's reversed on him.
Tanaka makes the tag. Tracy Smothers coming in. Tracy up on the middle rope.
Nice.
He says, let's go.
Two future ECW regulars, Tanaka and Tracy Smothers teaming up. They love the cocaine. Yeah, well, I think Pat Tanaka's like, I don't know that I'm ever like, man, I hope Pat Tanaka wrestles, but at the same time, I'm like, I'm never really, like, I'm happy to see him. Like, I never mind seeing him wrestle, but like, I wouldn't like consciously choose to watch him wrestle, if that makes sense. But I feel like he's just like really solid overall. I loved him in ECW.
Oh, he goes to work on Danny Davis's left arm, and the Nightmares found themselves in the heat of some competition here. Nice shoulder butt.
Hey, Nico Bellic, how come you didn't return my message to go bowling, cousin?
By Tracy coming off the ropes. Danny Davis let him go.
I bet you never heard that one before.
Why he says Tracy leaps over it. Tracy with a drop kick. Smothers has such good height.
You should do with Foot Girl anything you want to. I can't stress this enough. I am going to make a video about it, but I don't have any ill will toward her. I have no drama toward her. She pulled the strike. You know, it's like Savvy. I feel like Savvy Man inspired my thinking on this, that like seeking vengeance against an ungodly woman, it's just foolishness.
But he was able just to step over Davis and then react as he turned around and saw what Davis was about to do. Well, there's a reaction by the Nightmare. Danny Davis, he pulled the hair of Tracy Smothers, dropped him right to the mat.
Boy, these guys will do it to you so quick. I'm talking about the Nightmares. They...
A little Foot Girl lore if you don't watch LolCal Live. Last night she was in their chat complaining because she got banned from the Discord. And she was like, oh my God, I got banned. And Keemstar was like, yeah, we don't let people in here who associate with Grace Thorpe. You knew that. You're gone. So like now Foot Girl's banned from LolCal Live.
They will have something done, illegal or not.
If only there was somebody out there that was watching, that was one of the 4 people watching her content who thought enough to clip her and put it in front of a bigger streamer that could give her help her get in front of more people, get more follows. If only someone would do that, and then she wouldn't have copyright struck them. Like everyone she tried to like kiss up to has banned her and like abandoned her. But seeking vengeance against an ungodly woman is foolishness.
In such a hurry. That's the reason they've been so successful.
And Wade, front suplex.
Oh, the Randy Hales thing. Yeah, I watched his stream last night for a little while. I always feel bad. He doesn't have he has like 7 viewers. I feel like it's Randy Hales. Like, how does Randy Hales not just, by sheer like the knowledge in his mind, like how are like more people not watching that? Well, she got banned from the LolCal Live Discord because she's friends with Grace Thorpe, who's admittedly the girl that I put her clip in front of, but Grace is like a big creator, so that was like a huge help to Foot Girl and got her went from 400 and something to 600 subs, but then once she got the clout from it, then she copyright struck me so she could get all the glory and still take down my original video.
Wayne using a fist to the midsection, now just steps right across Tracy Smothers. Danny Davis.
He used a little side kick right there on Smothers as he slipped in while Ken was still holding him.
Yeah, Grace Thorpe, who before that happened, I had to take down all my Grace stuff, but I have if you don't know, I have a huge like archive of Grace Thorpe. Like I document and review pretty much like her whole life.
Tracy could use a tag right
It's like a Truman Show type thing. Only like if you were reviewing the Truman Show.
now to Tanaka.
He could indeed. Seeing Davis with the chop and the jab and the side kick, Tanaka could probably match up one-on-one.
No, Ben actually beat all the charges. The only thing he has left is like child support and like the family stuff, but like the kick and hiding in the RV and all that kind of stuff, he beat all those charges. All right, we'll see you later, Glocks and Grippers.
Better with him that way. Not probably, he certainly could.
I hope until I see you again, you experience more grip than Glocks.
That's what he specializes in. Smothers off the rope. He flips it down. Shoulders are down. Referee doesn't see it. Now he does. Count is 1. But by now, Ken Wayne able to break out of it. He held him there for a good 8 count. When the referee started the count, Ken Wayne was able to break out of it. Now here's Danny Davis.
No way, Daniel.
Smothers kicked out at the count of 2. Watch out, Davis behind the referee's back with that version of the pile driver. Ken Wayne off the top rope. He sits down on him. There's a cover. Count is 1, 2.
That's an interesting thing. I don't know. It feels kind of, I mean, it's impressive, I guess, but it's also kind of feels cumbersome because it's basically just like an Alabama jam, but like he does a, like you do the pile driver. I feel like if he did the pile driver and dropped him and the guy came off and hit him and that was it and he pinned him, but like the fact that he's laying on him, I don't know, it just throws something off. It feels like it takes too long.
2, 3, Nightmares win it.
Hey, we got to get out of here. We'll check our time and be back. The winners, the Nightmares.
Well, there'll always be psychological remnants from all of this. Showtime, probably for all of us. We're going to be like, I'm going to be in my 80s and somebody's going to finally do a real documentary on the Thorpes and they'll have to come find me in a nursing home. You don't like Terry Taylor?
By golly, we are flat out of time. We got to get out of here till next week for Dave Brown. Last
pretty good episode. I mean, it was really good. Not as good as the previous 2, but you can't maintain that shit forever. There's no way.
Also saying bye-bye, everybody.
All right, so that was June 28th, 1986. Now we're watching July 5th, 1986. So this is like the show that goes like right into it. Happy to have found my handle through the algorithm. It's highly surprising that they would put me in the algorithm at all, actually. Remember when Buddy Landell came out in that fucking suit? And then I had to go put mine on. Maybe they felt sorry for me since I couldn't go live for a while after the copyright strike, so they like gave me a little bonus in the algorithm. Am I pumped for the debut of Lowell Angels tonight? Absolutely. I just want to say this. The whole stream of Ruby Spacek that was called My Psychiatrist Fired Me, Crash Out, I'm going to crash out or something like that. I mean, masterpiece of a stream. Absolutely wild. If you couple it with the tweet that she put out toward her psychiatrist, that was some of the, I mean, wow. I mean, I was mind blown. She ended it by, the sign off to the tweet was, "You absolute fucking maniac," to her psychiatrist. Epic. What a sign off. "You absolute fucking maniac." I love it. Well, I appreciate it, Dave. I just pretty much like to watch wrestling and wake and bake, so I figured if I was going to be doing it anyway, I might as well info dump to people while I do it. Will Ruby rub off on Low or Low on Ruby? You can't rub off on Ruby. You could maybe impact her for a little while, but Ruby's a freight train. You're not going to derail Ruby from being Ruby. She's trying to protect Low by like content wise, but then like she also just, again, she's on the Ruby track, so like she does stuff that she kind of doesn't want other people to do because it makes Low feel, I don't know, Low seems like a killjoy to me, but I know Ruby's trying to have like a cleaner show or something, but you can't derail Ruby. Ruby's unstoppable. Ruby is the juggernaut of Boyd. You can't stop her.
A big crowd here today, but I'll tell you, Dave, I think we got them outnumbered with the matches that we've got on here.
You're right. We got a bunch of matches today. Lawler and the Giant Hillbilly will be in here as a tag team. Bam Bam Bigelow is due in, too.
I recorded it, too, JF. I was like, I have to have it. And there was no way it was going to stay up. Like, there was just no way. Ruby is very easily triggered, for sure.
Also, we'll look at Akio Sato and Tarzan Goto going against the Beach Boys. Should be a terrific match there. The Nightmares will be in here a little bit later on. Danny Davis.
But her run of content, you have to admit, like the Thorpes, they're on this commentary journey. And in that time, Ruby has been just delivering hours of, wacky content.
Davis and Ken Wayne. Big Joe LeDuc will be in a chain match today. First ever chain match that I can remember on Championship Wrestling in modern history, right. And later on, we'll have the original Bruce.
Yeah, I like Rip. I've seen a lot of his stuff in OVW. I don't know if he was booking at the time, but I know he was wrestling there. And I think he eventually got into the training, or he was the head trainer at the time or whatever, but I've seen his OVW stuff. That's probably the most stuff I've seen aside from like little short appearances in different places.
Brothers in here. Ladies match, it'll be a non-title match, but the NWA Ladies Champion Debbie Combs will be here in a match today. And then an 8-man match.
What are the odds? Well, no, actually that's not true. I'm attributing it to myself, but that's not correct. I brought it up because they said in the promo for one of the towns that they were going to have a women's title match. And then I thought, oh, wow, we've never seen any women on the show, and now we're seeing it. But it makes sense because they said last week there was going to be I'm an idiot. I'm just too high.
Squad and Fire and Flame on one side of the ring, and their opponents on the other. Should be a ring full of action there.
In addition to that, I've got some tape I think the folks are going to enjoy. If we're going to get it in, better get started. Back in just a moment.
Listen, if we're going to get it in, we better get started. That's King when he's at the truck stop. Oh, boy. Oh, man. We got the Hillbillies against Rough and Ready. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, my God. You know what? I'm just going to say it. I feel like I could have a good match with Plowboy Frazier. I feel like if he was alive and he was in at least this condition, I feel like I have the like all the imprinting on my brain of all the booking that I've absorbed over the years. I think me and Plowboy Frazier could really bring the house down. Can you imagine if... Never mind.
One fall, 10-minute time limit match coming up here as the King and the Giant Hillbilly will step into the ring. They got the belts in hand, too, that they won recently. King has his crown, of course, with him. Referee takes the belts. He'll hand them outside the ring for safekeeping. And
Ruby is like Joe LeDuc. I mean, I understand it. They have a lot of... If everything we're seeing on screen is reality, like, there's some tension there that... I could see, and they're both very volatile people, so it would be very interesting, though. They want OPC there? What a strange choice.
And the crown, yeah. across the way over here. Rough and ready, the opponents with Boss Winters there.
I was just imagining somebody thinking like that they could really put on a great match with Uncle Elmer, like pitching it to what's his name, Eddie Marlin, about how they could really tear down the house with Uncle Elmer.
Manager, the boss says, hey, you know, that crown fit real nice on my head over here.
Bell time and off and running Lawler.
Oh, look at this. Classic Lawler.
Snap Mayer right over the shoulder, pounds him with a fist. Coming off the rope, he gets him with a...
OPC Don is ref, though. OPC Don would lose in a physical confrontation with either of them, let alone both of them. He can't do a handicap match against Grace and Ruby. Come on.
Even bigger fist and tags the giant Hillbilly.
Hillbilly, whoa, sits down with that upper leg. This will be wrapping up right here. He covers. Got his one.
I mean, look at how much effort it was for him to just to roll over and make the pin. Like, man, he's got to be hurting, or just like that weight's just got to be crazy. He was like barely able to like flip over.
1, 2, 3, wow. 22 seconds of action.
How much time?
22 seconds.
22.
See, and they don't give a shit. The crowd literally doesn't care. Like, imagine if you're like Brock Lesnar came out and had a 22-second match. Like, maybe one time people would be okay with it as like a spectacle, but they'd be mad if like they were only getting like, you know, little squash matches. But like, these people don't care. They just want to see Lawler and the Hillbilly win, and they want to see him dance, and that's it.
2 seconds, put it down. That wasn't even a tag match, boy. I'll tell you, Ruff never got out of the ring.
That's right.
Bing, bing. That's all there was to it. Lawler nailed him, snapped him over the shoulder. Unbelievable. Watch the giant Hillbilly as he comes flying off of there.
His face
pops down on him. And you called it right when you said that.
Hey, what's up, Double J?
Might be the end of it. It was, in fact, the end of it in 22 seconds. Unbelievable.
Them putting my wrestling streams into the algorithm is their way of saying like they want me to keep Thorpe Alert down. I think they're like trying to reward me for focusing on other content.
Full time as the new AWA Southern.
Eddie Marlin, you're saying he wrestled, like he literally got in the ring and wrestled? Wow. And that's 10 years after this almost? Wow. Oh shit.
That was that.
Okay.
This looks like the new boyfriend of a recent divorcee that's like upset about the kids being a hassle. This look.
Hey, Bam Bam Bigelow, he says 22 seconds. That ain't nothing. Bring my opponent.
The squash is a lost art, but man, if you go back like not the stream before this one, we watched 2 other episodes of Memphis, and Joe LeDuc had 2 squash matches. God tier. Like, you couldn't have done them any better. They were so good.
I don't want to be his opponent.
No, I don't either. All right, we'll reset the watch and let's see with Bam Bam Bigelow. Here comes Mike Murphy, scheduled to be going against Mike Murphy here.
That's wild. I'll have to check that out.
All right, referee says ring the bell. Here we go. Bam Bam Bigelow, upper arm across the back of Mike Murphy, picks him up, slams him down to the mat, goes to the ropes, drops down and it covers. 1, 2, and 3.
There you go.
Son of a gun, if he didn't do it, he beat it, didn't he?
He did it in 13 seconds.
Well, we knew that Bigelow was going to win it. He goes to the top rope. A huge splash down on Mike Murphy. Bam Bam Bigelow in 13 seconds. He destroyed him in What is this? This is from the Monster Factory of...
Yeah, he just looks like an angry suburban stepdad who's like fed up. The kids keep yelling at him. Somebody drank his last beer, and he's just tearing shit apart. I think he did say Monster Factory, so I think we were right earlier about Larry Sharp being associated with the Monster. That was like his deal.
Pretty boy Larry Sharp. Can you do a little soft shoe there while I get this over? Coming in.
You love the Kevin Sullivan squash matches. I haven't seen much of Florida. That's another one that I'd like to get into, but I feel like since WWE owns the rights to it, it might be tricky to show it on here, but there might be some way around it.
And Jamison and Smothers and Haskins.
Help Murphy out of there. Yeah.
Larry Sharp saying, gentlemen, I'm sorry that I couldn't be here. I've sent along a couple of tapes. If you have time, would you please show?
See, he just doesn't want to go home. He doesn't want to have to be around those kids, so he's just stalling. He's just hanging out for no reason.
Oh, then, well, we had figured on that, Larry, so certainly we will do that. And one of them I think you're going to be interested in is actually a match that Bigelow had, and it's kind of the first confrontation that Bigelow had with Jerry the King Lawler. Take a look at this.
I hate to say this, and I'm not saying it because of his talent. I mean, Bam Bam, amazing wrestler, but this look, this outfit, it's like Mantar. He reminds me of Mantar.
It has already started. Handicap match, Bam Bam Bigelow, 390 pounds out of...
Bam Bam Bigelow beat the job guys so bad, so fast that they had to show a clip of him beating 2 job guys to fill in the time that they needed for the segment. That's a pretty big, endorsement.
New Jersey with his manager, Larry Sharp. Look at this. David Haskins in the air. Haskins rolled out onto the floor. Amazingly agile. Dropping with a big elbow. It's a one-fall, 30-minute handicap match. Your referee, Jerry Calhoun. Look at Bam Bam. He'll get a disqualification. Off the top rope, the referee calls for the bell. Disqualification on Bam Bam Bigelow. The winners will be Haskins and Smothers, but they are taking a tremendous pounding. Going back to the rope again. Bigelow to the top rope. This is what he got disqualified for.
We need Larry Sharp in there being like, what are you going to do now, referee? Disqualify him again and then give that motherfucker one of those.
Kick. Here comes Lawler. Jerry Lawler jumps in.
Oh, boy. Here comes Lawler sticking his nose in.
He tags Bigelow. That's the reason for Bigelow's being here. Look at that drop kick from the big guy. Well, there's no question about it that Bigelow in the first confrontation there got Jerry's attention as he popped him down without a...
Turn the replay off. It's sexually exciting him.
Without too much trouble, he nailed him. Lawler hit him a pretty good lick.
Sure did.
But Bigelow is a big, rugged son of a gun, as you can see. And believe me, that tattoo on his head...
Hey, Doug, how's it going? What's with this? This is so bizarre. This, like, just him doing these weird faces into the camera for, like, minutes on end. Bam Bam Leduc, I don't know, maybe.
Tells you that he's got something going. Let's take a listen now to the other tape that Larry Sharp sent down. This is an interview that Larry had to say.
Here I am.
Okay, see, this is the difference. Look at this Keno. Look at this absolute Keno from Larry Sharp. I mean, this is honestly, like, this is really good, like, especially for this. I don't think we've seen, like, the other vignettes have been, like, people in basements and stuff like that. Like, this is a this is a visually great segment.
I am the chairman of the board, the owner of the company. And because of that, I don't have time to be there for this one. But you know, Jerry Lawler, if I could buy a plane in order to get there by the time I'd like to be there, to see Bam Bam Bigelow do to you.
Oh my God. It reminds me of when Jedi Joy just started doing push-ups randomly.
Exactly what he's been told to. From me, the brains, the head honcho. Let me tell you something. Lawler, your days are numbered. I've still got my appeals in. We're changing the top rope rule. My attorneys told me. It's in the bag. You're costing me a lot of work and a lot of money because I owe Dennis a favor. Well, let me tell you something. Whether I'm there or not, or whether Bigelow wrestles you, Landell, or any other redneck geek from your part of the territory, it's all over. It's all over.
Well, there he was, Larry Sharp with Bam Bam Bigelow doing those squats all the way.
That was really something. I mean, that was wow. I mean, I was pretty like the weird exercising and then Larry Sharp. Wow, great segment.
Along. No doubt, he is an impressive physical specimen, to say the very least. And when you got somebody like Sharp behind him, who has the monster factory, as his stationery attests to, you got to worry about it. We'll take time out. More action coming up in a moment. Wednesday night, Evansville Coliseum, son of a gun. I'm looking at 9 outstanding matches, all coming to Evansville on Wednesday night. I mean, including an international tag match, ladies world title match, a chain match, Southern tag, no time, no disqualification, a bullwhip match. As a matter of fact, J.D. Costello is going to have his boys in operation, and Fire and Flame have the chore of going against Idol and Buddy Landell.
It's not much of a chore. It's a pleasure with us. Let me tell you what, Buddy Landell and Austin Idol, the universal heartthrob and the nature boy. It's all right to get up.
You think he shit himself doing the squats?
Every morning and bleach your hair blonde, but I tell you what, pretty boys don't always win wrestling matches like Fire and Flame do. You've yet to defeat them. Bring anything to the ring that you've got to bring. It doesn't matter. Bring anything, because when you're messing with Fire and Flame, you're going to get burned. And let me tell you one thing, to Jerry the King Lawler and to Uncle Smelmer, as they call him down on the farm. Listen here. You took
Uncle Smelmer.
Our belts from us. You didn't win our belts, and you better be watching your back, because there's no telling when the Mod Squad's going to be there.
Well, I'm sure that they will keep that in mind. Talking about the final bout,
Oh,
we mean a bullwhip match.
Here we go.
There it is. Looks very familiar, like Dutch Mantell.
That's
No ring ropes around
right.
the ring.
And you know why, Lance Russell? So I can draw this whip back and throw it at him, and he can't do nothing except stand there and take it if he's man enough, because that's what it's all about, Mantell. It ain't over till you chicken out and can't take it no more and jump off and run to the back. That's how you win. And he went there, he said, he beat me up and he took my bullwhip. He said, well, go take it back. He said, I can't, he won't give it to me. He said, but I got another one. We'll have us a bullwhip match, and that's exactly what we're going to do, boy. We're going to take the rope down, just like Mr. Russell said, and I use that word.
Yeah, Fire and Flame. However, as of right now, they are unaffiliated with the Inferno.
And I'm going to whoop the tar off you, boy. I'm going to whip all the hair off you. Then I'm going to whip all the skin off you.
If he's going to whip all the hair off Dutch Mantell, we're going to be there all night. I mean, that's going to take forever.
And when you're down there begging, say, please, Bill, don't hit me no more. I ain't going to stop, boy, because I don't like you. Come on, Mantell. Come on, get it, boy. Come on.
Round, round, get around, I get around, yeah.
Here come the Beach Twins.
Well, that music will tell you that not far behind will be John Stewart and Van Horn, the very popular Beach Boys who come in here. And let me tell you, they got maybe the toughest match lined up today that they have ever had going. They'll be going against the international champs, Dave.
They certainly will. Akio Sato and Tarzan Goto.
And here they come right now. Here is Akio Sato.
Sato Goto, we're international champions. We come here from far away to meet the best team out of here. Look at it. We got just 2 boys. We want a man. We want to race the best team out of Mid-South.
Well, I tell you what, you may have the experience, certainly in the credentials over this team of the Beach Boys, but they are very active, very aggressive young team. It'll be an interesting match to see. Obviously, the international champs are the favorite, and it'll be a good one to see. And
I don't know if you were in here last time they wrestled, but I thought that was funny that the Beach Boys have never, like, taken it. Usually, like, if there's any kind of licensed music, they'll, like, put a copyright claim on it if it's ever monetized. But, like, for some reason, the Beach Twins get away with it. The Beach Boys never claim these videos.
And here we go. Bell time.
Yeah, Sato and Goto not happy with the level of competition. They may be surprised here. Ooh, John Stewart.
Earth and wind.
Really took quite a shot and is hammered down to the mat. Sato makes the tag on Goto. John Stewart back in their corner. Victim of a bit of a double.
Okay, so there we have it again. I think that's the third instance where Dave Brown has said that someone is the victim of. I want to hear it again. I'm fascinated by this victim gimmick.
John Stewart back in their corner. Victim of a bit of a double team there by the
victim of a bit of a double team.
Japanese team. They're out of Tokyo, international champions. The Beach Boys, John Stewart and Van.
Are you talking about the TLC match? That's a pretty iconic moment.
Van Horn. They wrestle out of California. Here's Van Horn in after the tag.
Well, that Goto really uses that headbutt.
Boy, he does.
You notice that?
Man, what a dream match. Tarzan Goto against Van Horn.
There's a boot placed by Akio Sato. He comes in to go to work on Van Horn. Van Horn reaches for the tag, and he got it. John Stewart will be coming back in for the Beach Boys team. Both of them in there. Send Sato into the ropes. They double drop kick him, up and down to the mat. Stewart picks him up. He's got him up in the air with a slam. Stewart off the ropes. Drops down with the arm.
They didn't catch him real good with that elbow because Sato was moving out of
What's up, Michael?
the way. Akio comes in, stands him up, and nails him with a right hand, and the referee immediately gets on him for using that fist. Watch pulling the hair, the referee says, and Akio Sato, I think, was a little humiliated by being slammed down by the Beach Boys, and he is really taking it out on John Stewart. Goto follows right in behind.
Goto puts John Stewart into the rope. Chops him coming off of there. Stewart.
Yeah, I just smoke a one-hitter, so I don't get like... It's just more of like a comfort thing for me. So I'm just like, it's like a ritualistic thing. So that way I don't get like completely trashed.
On the mat. Tarzan Goto.
A deep dive? I don't think there's anything I could really cover. Didn't Vice do an episode on it or something like that? I feel like somebody did a documentary on the Jimmy Snuka thing.
2 minutes gone in the match. Non-title match with the international.
I am working on a story, however, about a guy who is having an ongoing feud with his coffee machine.
National champions Sato and Goto. Body slam on John Stewart. He's left lying on the mat. Goto springs off the corners, off the turnbuckles. He doesn't go for the 3 count, though. He's over to the corner, makes the tag on Akio Sato. Stewart grabbing Sato, throws him into the corner, but Sato catches Van Horn with an elbow as he went into the corner.
That's another thing like that you can't watch here. They'll take it. The Vice or whoever is pretty like grabby about taking down any like restreams of Dark Side of the Ring. But on Twitch, nothing happened. We watched like 2 or 3 episodes over there, I think.
Oh, Van Horn really got hit right in the side of the face.
Had all the momentum of the whip behind.
I think that was Mr. Saito like you spelled it, S-A-I-T-O, and this is Sato, S-O-T-O, I'm pretty sure. Sometimes life calls on you to prove a point to a coffee maker. It's going to be crazy. I'm riveted by it. It's like this random guy that just is posting these videos that like, they're getting a few, they're doing pretty well, but they're still like Boyd level success. But yeah, he's just having this big feud with his coffee maker. It's like really fascinating.
Behind that elbow. Look at this.
And yes, it involved legal threats, calls for lawyers to take up his mantle, all kinds of stuff.
Sato dropping down with a fist. Referee right there to warn him about it. Got his 2. At the 2 count. John Stewart kicks out of it. The Beach Boys still alive.
They couldn't arrest Ronnie Garvin because his girlfriend's head was still attached. I did see the Vince documentary.
Here against the international champion. Here's Tarzan Goto in after the tag. Goto really uses those ropes for extra spring.
These guys just keep tremendous pressure on.
Are you talking about on Twitch? Oh, I don't know when I'll stream over there.
Too, Dave.
Yeah, they certainly do.
Yeah, I can't do anything like even we tried to do Mid-South, even that got taken down. That's why I don't do championship wrestling from Florida. But Twitch, they don't give a shit. But you like VODs are different on Twitch. If you don't know, like they don't store them forever, so they're kind of temporary. So like as long as you don't like, as long as you're not like monetize, as long as like you're not, they're more concerned about VODs than lives on Twitch. So it's like they'll let you stream it live, but then they might get you with like a copyright hit on the VOD. So I would just delete the VODs after we did them. Because I can't move them over here anyway, because WWE will copyright strike me over, or will at least take the videos down over here. So there's really no point to keeping them on Twitch. So then that kind of evades all of the worries, because Twitch isn't going to care until it's a VOD. So as long as you just delete the VOD, that should be okay.
Goto really just hammered away. You're right, they're relentless.
Hopefully that made some kind of sense.
They don't take a break when they make a tag. One of them just right in after the other, and they just keep pounding. But look at Jon Stewart. Boy, Stewart really giving him a battle here today. He dumped Sato on the mat and covers. Count is one at the 1 count, though. Sato able to kick out of it.
Tag on Van Horn, but he couldn't get out of there before Sato takes him back with that side suplex and snapped him down. There's a whip, and as he comes out,
Boy, Van Horn ran right into that.
I mean, really.
He had his momentum. He was going into the corner after him, and Sato saw him coming, and boom. Count is 2.
Yeah, like on YouTube, after you stream, it'll automatically convert this to a VOD, and it will just stay up. Like, you can go back and watch it. You know, as long as there's a YouTube, you can probably go back and watch the VODs. But on Twitch, they delete them after a certain point of time. I think you get longer if you're a partner, which I'm not a partner there. But, like, I think you get a little bit longer if you're a partner. But VODs aren't really, like, a focus over there, I don't think.
2 on Van Horn. But Jon Stewart in there to break it up at the 2 count. Everybody in there. It's Van Horn against Sato. Jon Stewart going against Tarzan Goto. Now, the Japanese team, one of them holding Van Horn up and the other nailing him.
That's it.
Goto gets the count of 2 and 3, and that's over.
What was the other dude doing? What was the other Beach Twin doing? He just fucking stood there and watched the guy pin him. And then the 2 Japanese guys, they didn't know who was supposed to be in the ring. Did you notice that? That was kind of a little mishap there at the end.
4 minutes, 23 seconds the time on
it. Kenny Omega, you mean, what is Cornette calling? Twinkle Toes McFingerfuck or Finger Bang, something like that.
But the win goes to the International Tag Champions.
Sato and Goto come through with a victory over the Beach Boys. Stewart, who was in there primarily, and Van Horn both made a good aggressive effort at it, but Sato and Goto just absolutely too much. You know, whatever, I just hope it's clean. Let's take time out, Dave.
He's yelling at him in Japanese. He's like, I don't know what he just said. I hope it's clean.
Be back. Man, we got a bunch to go yet. We'll be back in just a moment. July the 18th, Hopkinsville, Kentucky, Convention Center, Western Kentucky.
Twinkle Toes McFingerbang. Is that it? That sounds about right. Twinkle Toes McFingerbang.
Kentucky State Fairgrounds. Tickets are on sale the day of the match, my friend. That's Friday the 18th in Hopkinsville. Thursday, July the 24th, Owensboro, Kentucky.
Michael, all you ever do, you just want to come in here and drop these, try to get people to get mad at you. Why do you want people to be mad at you, man?
The Sports Center. And by golly, Wednesday night, which is a whole lot closer, you're going to have a chance to see 9 championship wrestling matches right at the Evansville Convention Center. You're talking about Hunter going against David Haskins. The Mod Squad will be facing the Bruise Brothers. It'll be an international tag defense with Jeff Jarrett and Yamamoto challenging Sato and Goto. Ladies World title, Debbie Combs defends against Despina Montagas. Bam Bam Bigelow going with Larry Sharp against Tracy Smothers and Tanaka, and a change.
I don't have any issues with Kenny Omega. I mean, I'm not like I don't think he's like, I don't see him as being good as a lot of people do, but like I don't have any issue with him. And also I think he's like I think he has natural heel energy. And I don't think I've ever really seen him a lot play like a heel. Maybe when he had that, I did watch his feud with Hangman Page, but I can't remember if he was the heel in that or not. But I think he has like natural heel energy.
Match with LeDuc and Paul Diamond, Southern Tag title bout, Lawler and the Hillbilly against the Nightmares, Idol and Landell against Fire and Flame, and a bullwhip match with Mantell and Dundee. All of that Wednesday night.
Wait a minute. All right, coming by first, looks like...
Oh, no, the Nightmares.
Danny and Ken, the Nightmares.
Wait a minute, before we get in the ring, we got a few things to say. You know, we got a match coming up with Jerry Lawler and the Hillbilly. Well, you know, it's going to be the shortest reign in history for Southern Tag Team Champions because we're going to take them from them 1, 2, 3.
You're all right. I'm just giving you a hard time.
Baby, you can bet on it. That's a promise.
That's what it's all about, my friends, and you'll sure get your opportunity whenever that comes up. All right, Dave, let's go for the introduction.
All right, this is going to be a one-fall match. 10 minutes will be the time limit, and across the way from the Nightmares, it's the Hawaiian Pat Tanaka team with Memphis and David Haskins. They will be going against the Nightmares, Danny Davis.
Oh, I was thinking if Pat Tanaka was working heel, it'd be funny if the crowd chanted USA at him if he's from Hawaii.
And Ken Wayne. Jerry Calhoun, the referee, said, let's get it going here. David Haskins starting against Danny Davis.
Do you think that's an effect, like a cost-effective way to get double the capes?
Well, the Nightmares' hair still fascinating to me. It's nothing new now. They've been doing it ever since they've been back in the territory here, but rainbow colors.
Yeah, and it changes.
Yeah, different order. The colors that
and
they
the
have.
Stars are different colors.
Different color, yeah.
David Haskins in the ring with Danny Davis. David.
Welcome back, Glocks and Grippers. You hope to be a wrestler someday? You probably could do it. Why not? Just get good on the mic. Talk your way into the business. I feel like I want to see Cody Rhodes do this Nightmare gimmick. Like, feel like it's like a Stardust adjacent.
Has the size, but as we have said so many times,
I hate watching Memphis wrestling. I'm like, Danny Davis, you son of a bitch.
Nightmares, maybe pound for pound the roughest team that you'll find in tag wrestling. They are good.
Danny Davis using the bottom rope, hooks his feet over there. That's automatic break. Smart move. Wrestling fans don't like it, but if you're in trouble, you do what you can to get out of trouble.
Once again, center of the ring. Haskins on a standing side headlock. Danny trying to shake loose. And he gets away. Goes underneath. Haskins with a leapfrog. Hook shot on. Takes him over and down. Very nice.
Danny's timing was off there. He was.
No, he probably doesn't want to go back to it, but I think he would look cool. It kind of has a Stardust vibe to it.
Expecting Haskins to be somewhere he was not. And knee to the midsection there by Danny Davis. Ken Wayne comes in. David Haskins ready for him. Dropped him to the mat immediately. Over to the corner, makes a tag on Pat Tanaka. The Hawaiian, schooled in the
I knew they were going to point out that he was Hawaiian because he's working babyface.
martial arts. Came in with a side kick.
What a dandy this young fella is out of Hawaii. Oh, look at Ken Wayne.
How many more times are we going to hear that this guy's from Hawaii?
Rattling Tanaka. Whips him across the ring. Spears him in the midsection and right back with that right hand. Tanaka holds on to keep the whip from working.
What's up, Game Hugger? Stardust is over. Do you mean Stardust is over like with the fans or like it's done?
Back in the corner goes Ken. The chop.
Tanaka held on and reversed it. Now Ken Wayne's going to try the same tactics there. Whoa, reversal by Tanaka. Ken Wayne jumps to the mat, shoulders down. 1, 2. Kick out is all he can get out of it.
Hawaiian suplex.
But Tanaka almost had the upset against the Nightmare.
Super move.
Wow.
Tanaka, huh? Tag on David Haskins.
Ken Wayne fired into the rope. He holds on. Haskins went for the drop kick and missed everything. Tag made by Ken Wayne. When you make a mistake like that against the Nightmares, look out. That's when they turn out the lights sometimes.
You know, part of the thing that they use, Dave, and this is no bad suggestion for anybody to make up for their lack of the giant size, is their head. They're a smart team. We don't approve of everything they do, but, brother, I'll tell you, you got to give the devil his due. And the Nightmares, indeed, a very, very sharp team.
Oh, here we go.
Both physically and mentally. Down goes Haskins.
I thought we were going to get the tombstone.
With the drive from Ken Wayne.
You're going to make a Nightmares outfit? Oh, my God.
Danny Davis back in after the tag. Haskins trying to come back here, using the right fist.
I feel like Cornette would like that, the Hawaiian suplex. He's always talking about tickling people's taints.
Davis picking him up.
Look at this.
This is it's almost like the pile driver.
Yeah.
Not quite, but almost. He drops him down.
Like, why isn't old boy ready? Unless they just did it he put him in the wrong corner or something.
Look out, Ken Wayne up on the rope. Referee's back is turned. Wayne comes off the top rope right down on the top of Haskins. Referee sees it now and starts to count at 2 and 3, and it's over. 4 minutes, 3 seconds, the Nightmares. Ken Wayne, Danny Davis.
Now they're working it in where the referee has to be distracted because he can't see the guy come in with the leg drop, I guess. Why not just fucking pile drive him? Have the guy up on the top rope, go tag him in, hit him with the pile driver within the 5 seconds, have the guy come off immediately and pin him. It just seems this is so overly complicated to me.
Let's get themselves the victory.
The referee was over trying to get Tanaka back out of there, and bam, look at that, all the way. He was more than halfway across the ring when he came pounding down there. Wow, that was something else. Okay, the winners, the Nightmares. Coming out right now, Mr. Paul Diamond. Paul, how you?
Here we go, former drug addict Paul Diamond.
Good, Lance. Well, I'll tell you what, Joe LaDuke, the big man is, I guess he's got a chain match with Jim Jamison.
He challenged Jim Jamison, right?
You know, I don't want to take away anything from Jim Jamison.
Okay, let me get this straight. Joe LaDuke requested a match with Jim Jamison, the guy that he nearly decapitated 3 weeks ago. I'm in.
But he's not the most experienced guy, especially in this kind of match. As I can remember, Joe LaDuke, I stood here last week for 2 minutes.
I'm sorry, former drug addict Paul Diamond, but did anybody ask for a boy's opinion? We need the opinion of a man. You're not there yet, Paul.
Calling your name, waiting for you to show your ugly face in the ring. You never did. Let me tell you something, Joe LaDuke. When you
he's Croatian, by the way.
Tie that chain on me, and we get in that rig, I'm going to do anything it takes, Joe LaDuke, just like you taught me. Anything at all to beat your brains out.
I don't think there's any question, Paul, that you've gotten his attention. He wasn't real sure that you were a man, but by golly, I think he knows that now.
Well, I don't think he's such a man either, you know, taking on Jim Jamison. And every time, since the start of this...
What an absolute burn to Jim Jamison. I don't think Joe LaDuke's a man because he's fighting Jim Jamison.
He jumped me from behind. I win the match, he jumps me from behind. He tries to choke me. No way.
I saw that, Pentagram Dave. I don't know what the deal... I don't know if Hannibal, like, is super aggressive on, like, people reacting to his stuff or not. I did a search on YouTube and I didn't see a lot of people reacting to it, which makes me think that he probably polices it pretty heavily.
Joe Duke, it's not going to happen again. Tie those chains on there, brother, like two dogs. We'll get it done this time.
Okay, Paul, good luck to you. And right now, it's time for us to go to the ring. The challenge match that Paul was talking about to take place. Jim Jamison already in the ring.
Coming in right now, Joe LeDuc. He has a chain around his neck. Chain match.
Jim Jamison should let the bell ring and then walk to the back.
You know something, Lance Russell? Paul Diamond, you come here and you talk a lot. I choose Jim Jamison in the chain match today because the man is a...
What? He has to... He's going to make him... He's not only going to make Jim Jamison fight him, he's going to make him fight him in a chain match?
Man, he's got experience, and he does have a chance to beat me.
Yeah. Did you hear that laugh? I don't like the sound of that.
No. Well, Joe climbs in the ring with the chain. He's already got it. It's already tied to his left wrist, and now the referee is going to tie it to Jim Jamison's left.
Imagine you're Jim Jamison. You're not even involved in the feud, but you got to fight Joe LeDuc in a chain match.
Wrist. They're tied together. The chain is about what, 8 feet?
Yeah, it looks like it is, Dave. It looks like it's about 8 feet long.
So that's as far away as they can get from each other. Jim Jamison. Boy, Jamison has had some battles here on Championship Wrestling, but none loom more ominous than this one, I don't think.
I don't think the Jim is too happy about this particular one, but he's in there dead game and ready to go with Joe. Look at that. I don't like that sinister look on LeDuc's face as he snaps that chain around. He's trying to get him in.
I remember the Blood Hunter gimmick, and I remember like the real life feud with Abdullah the Butcher.
In a corner and puts a foot to the midsection.
Brian Last on Jim Cornette does a great Hannibal impression.
Slams him with that chain around his fist. LeDuc. He's got Jamison trapped in the corner, and you can tell he's got bad thoughts going through that head of his.
Ooh. LeDuc choking with a chain and using it to hit Jamison with. He wrapped it around his fist, pounded him across the forehead with it. Now he's just simply choking him back in the corner. Referee, oh, he's got him cut, it looked like. Yeah, he does. He got him cut open and hitting him with that chain.
LeDuc getting that great ball. Oh, man, Jamison. Blood pouring out of him, and now LeDuc tagging him with that chain, wraps it around his throat. Not a...
Can you imagine if this would have happened on Netflix? The Raw debut.
Pretty tight. He's pulling it across his mouth. LeDuc. What an animal. Crowd hollering, we want Paul. And I'll tell you one thing, Jim Jamison could use Paul or anybody else.
Yeah.
That would come get LeDuc off of him.
Oh, yeah. This LeDuc.
Referee trying to pull him off and just barely able to get him back. As Jamison choked, bleeding, just profusely bleeding. Nails him with a chop. Good.
Wow. Boy, he lifted him off his feet. Jamison really in serious trouble here. Drop kick by LeDuc. Maybe he'll cover him and get this over with.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
If you'd have told me Joe LeDuc was going to win this match, a chain match with a drop kick, I'd have been like, what?
Down to 3. Minute 54 seconds is your time on it. Referee now untying the chain from the wrist of Jim Jamison. LeDuc has already shed the chain from his arm.
I got to switch strains and grab a drink. I'll be right back.
You don't need that. You already got him bleeding, busted up with a chain, drop kicking down.
Here's Diamond.
Paul Diamond grabs the chain, puts it around LeDuc's neck.
A little more even in there now. Now LeDuc gets out of the ring. Paul Diamond with the chain says, all right, now come on back in here.
You want somebody with a chain? All right, here it is. I got one. Come and get me. The Duke. He is not inclined to want to tangle one-on-one straight ahead with Paul Diamond, man.
He turned and walked out of here.
Winner Joe LeDuc as he slaughtered Jim Jamison in there. Paul Diamond came in the nick of time as Jamison rolling him over, and now comes John Stewart and Mike Murphy out to help him back to the dressing room. We'll take time out. We've got more big action coming up in just a moment.
And we're back here to take care of business. You understand what I'm saying? You understand where I'm coming from?
All right, what'd I miss? Let me go back just a second. Oh, the Beach Twins came out. Now, is this the first time we've seen the Bruise Brothers in '86? I want to say that it is.
Pork Chop Cash and Mad Dog, the original Bruise Brothers.
Pork Chop Cash.
We are back to stay, and we're back here to take care of business. You understand what I'm saying? You understand where I'm coming from? Brother, we gonna show 'em.
Well, it's been a while. We want to see him in the action right now. Bruise Brothers. All right, there they go, heading to the ring, and it should be something to see him back. It's been a pretty good while, Dave, since we've seen the Bruise Brothers, and the original Bruise Brothers, Pork Chop Cash and Mad Dog.
It has been a while. Yes, indeed. They're stepping up there right now. They're going to be facing Keith Eric and Keith Robertson in the match today. The Bruise Brothers.
Well, and they used one guy's first name and the other guy's last name, I'm assuming.
Stepping under the ropes, boy, they look like they are ready to go. Out of the ring go Robertson and Eric. The two Keiths, and standing up there, it's the Bruise Brothers, the originals, Pork Chop Cash and Mad Dog. Mad Dog steps out now. Pork Chop going to be starting for his team. Keith Robertson through the ropes will be starting for his. Robertson, the bigger of the two, over in their corner.
I know that.
This is all the interest is rolled into one, yeah.
There probably has got to be others, but I was just thinking the answer to a
We're really getting butts as offense. I love it.
trivia question would be the Bruise Brothers. What wrestling tag team wrestles in street slacks? I don't know of any other team right offhand that does.
What's the other guy's name? I'm familiar with Pork Chop Cash. I can't know what they said the other guy's name was. Mad Dog or something like that? Taking on Eric Roberts, the actor.
That's true. I can't think of any either. I can think of, yeah, okay, maybe another team, but certainly Russell in blue jeans.
Long Riders, yeah, that's blue jeans. That's not slide. These are dress slacks.
Yeah, street
Gracious goodness. Bruise Brothers, Pork Chop Cash in there with Mad Dog right now.
Mad Dog comes in after the tag. They got Keith Eric. They fire him across the rope. Look, clothesline, but Mad Dog, pretty good one too, drops Keith Eric to the mat.
God.
He picks him up in the air and slams him.
Yeah, it was very much back then a lot of like if you could give a good promo and you had like charisma and you could handle yourself in the ring, I think you had a much better shot than you could talk yourself into a lot of opportunities, I feel like.
Came rolling in here, I'll tell you what. They were both boogieing and carrying on. The Bruise Brothers back with it.
Who the hell is that guy? Okay, the guy Eric I think we've seen before. Roberson, I don't know who that is, but Is that the guy on the outside? He looks crazy tall. Maybe it's just the camera angle.
Keith Eric whipped in.
Yeah, pork chop dumps him over the back. Yeah.
I think it was just the camera angle.
Yeah.
Pork chop cash. Let him have it. It was the upper arm. Technically, that was legal. It looked illegal.
Yeah, it sure did the way he did it, but it was, as a matter of fact, a forearm smash, and he caught him good with it.
Interesting. I mean, this is obviously going to be a squash match for Pork Chop Cash and Mad Dog or whatever. But we're getting like a little storyline here that the one guy's like turning heel on his partner that he's never teamed with, that's not surprising then, I guess.
And Chops has got a pair of guns on him, boy. He can nail you with those arms. He's something. Keith Eric moves in, ties it up.
He did it again. A good one. Using the forearm and the upper arm. And Eric was stunned as he got to the corner. Whoa. Pork chop hammered Keith Robertson.
Keith Robertson.
Keith Eric steps over, and Pork Chop is right there to shove him back on the mat. He's laying there. Look out. Mad Dog drops down on him.
What the hell was that?
Slow him down, let me tell you. Eric hammered down to the mat again by Mad Dog. Mad Dog with a big splash. 1, 2, and 3. The original Blues Brothers, Mad Dog and Pork Chop Cash have the hands raised in a victory in 2 minutes, 34 seconds.
So in a return to championship wrestling, the Blues Brothers are successful and they are the winners. Here he comes. Now watch it.
That's it.
They should have shown the other one. No, it was much more interesting.
All right. He drops down right there. Boom. 1, 2, 3. That's it.
He didn't like the first play, so he got him in position and got him again.
Yeah, he nailed
Bruce
that
Brothers,
last
the winners. Let's hear about Championship Wrestling Association on tour, my friend. Here's word.
Welcome to the show.
It's the CWA Championship Wrestling Association on tour.
The excitement is coming your way with all-star action and all-star cards. Thursday, July 24th at Owensboro, Kentucky at the Sports Center. Also Thursday, July 24th in Grenada, Mississippi at the
That's my favorite one. At the high school.
Friday, July the 18th, the action hits Hopkinsville, Kentucky at the Civic Center. Thursday, July the 17th in Boonville, Mississippi at Northeast Junior College. Tuesday, July 15th, a spectacular in Adamsville, Tennessee. Friday, July the 11th in Huntsville, Alabama. It's unbelievable in the
Huntsville, Alabama, it's unbelievable. That was a good one.
Madison County Coliseum when it cranks up with Jerry the King Lawler, Austin Idol, Bam Bam Bigelow, and the Giant Hillbilly. Thursday, July the 10th in
and the Giant Hillbilly.
Lexington, Kentucky, Austin Idol returns to burn at the Rep Arena with special summer prices in effect. This coming Wednesday, the action gets hot in Evansville, Indiana at the Coliseum. This coming Tuesday, July the 1st in Louisville, Kentucky, you don't want to miss that one. All this action, all these stars brought to you.
Oh man, tonight if you didn't know about the show, you didn't have very much of a heads up.
By the CWA Championship Wrestling Association.
Okay, climbing into the ring right now, Despina Montagas, who will...
Okay, so just for sake of like, if anybody ever goes back and rewatches these from the start for some reason, we started in the very first show of 1986. We are now at July 5th, was the first time a woman other than a rat or a audience member has appeared on screen. So it took July 5th, the first time a woman is seen on screen in CWA. That's pretty wild. Kentucky, all the farmers making some, like, doing side hustles.
Will be going against the NWA World.
don't normally go along with these things, but you can't argue with the premise. Thanks, Mikey.
Ladies champion, Debbie Combs. This is a non-title bout. And referee Jerry Calhoun right behind. David?
So we get the first women's match of the year, and it's not even a title match. Come on.
All right, this match will be one fall, 30-minute time limit. I beg your pardon. Overall time limit, 15 minutes it should be. It is a non-title match. Non-title match. Debbie Combs going against Despina Montagas. And referee Jerry Calhoun up there. About set to get him going. Debbie Combs, the holder of the ladies NWA championship belt. She's handing it to the referee, who passes it out of the ring.
Okay, so she's bringing the NWA title through. Okay. That's pretty, I mean, I don't know. I mean, for the people at the time, it's probably prestigious. In theory, she would be like the best woman wrestler.
For safekeeping. Now, again, this is not a title match today.
Despina wrestles out of Tampa, Florida. Debbie out of Nashville, Tennessee. Off come the Jackets. Despina comes in at about 158 pounds. And we are about ready for the action to begin. Here we go.
All right, Despina Montagas, the Greek goddess of power, she calls herself. Going against the ladies champion right now. Debbie Combs flipped back into the ring by Despina Montagas.
Took 6 months, but we finally got some jiggle physics other than Joe LeDuc.
Despina with the headlock from the side. Puts her down to the mat. Crowd said Despina was full of...
Kiss her. Somebody said something about raking her eyes or throwing something in her eyes.
Hair we couldn't see from our angle, neither could the referee, but probably true. Yeah, it looked like that's exactly what was happening there.
It was passing for a side mare, but she had a handful of hair.
Oh, Despina's got kind of a nice vibe. You couldn't really see what she looked like from the other angle. I like her outfit a lot.
I think we've seen Despina once before. She is a rugged competitor.
Grace and Ruby wrestling, I don't know. I think Grace has a psychological advantage, but I think Ruby is she's like I said, she's the juggernaut of Boyd. I think she would overwhelm Grace in a fight. She's just got that real life, that real life experience that would fuel her. I think it'd just be too much.
I think you get that idea already if this is the first time that you have seen her. But the young lady that she's going against is no slouch either. We remember back when the U.S. ladies title held for a long time.
If I was booking it, I would have booked the match, but then Grace would keep making excuses why she couldn't be there. And finally, when she finally got in the ring with her, Ruby would be all worn down and pissed off from all, so she's not operating at her best. And then Grace would do a series of matches where she would somehow fuck Ruby over and get a cheat win, or get Ruby to disqualify herself, and keep building just Ruby getting more and more on edge until she just Incredible Hulks out at the final showdown at the blow off match.
By Debbie's mother, Cora Combs.
Miss Cora Combs, yes indeed. Long-time champion.
All right.
Good headlock. Reversal by Debbie Combs, and Despina Montagas uses the bottom.
Here we go.
Rope. Puts that left boot over the rope. Referee wants a
something for the Gooners.
Break and gets it.
Debbie, I think, getting a little irritated with the tactics of Despina Montagas. Uh-oh.
Forcing Sapphire to shower. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, Grace doesn't seem like a fighter. It's not to say that she doesn't have fighting spirit, because she does, but I don't think she likes the idea of physical altercations.
Despina into the side headlock again. It worked before, so try it again.
Whereas I'm not saying Ruby would go looking for it, but I feel like if somebody really fucked with Ruby to that point, in person, I feel like Ruby would throw down, and she'd be pretty formidable. She'd be like a whirling dervish, man. You don't know what. Ruby's just so unpredictable. I think she'd be a great fighter.
Hair pulling worked before too. She was going to try that, it looked like. Now she fires Debbie into the rope. Those lines are coming off.
I mean, whenever Zay Zudid was going to box her, what a good decision she made getting out of that, because Ruby would have just, I mean, it would have been, talk about a Joe LeDuc squash match. That's what that would have been.
Let's cover. One. Count of one is all there is this time, though.
The Greek goddess of power out of Tampa, Florida, Despina Montagas right now in the driver's seat, but a nice reversal from Debbie. Backdrop, and Montagas down hard.
Montagas hitting.
I mean, it's really not a bad match, and certainly there are some people on the Memphis card that kind of sandbag the overall quality. So I think they're doing pretty well overall. Remember the wrestling promo? Yes. And she brought up the Xanax addiction. Yeah.
Them out on her back. Debbie Combs with a good right hand drove her back into the ropes.
She was bringing people up that night specifically to shit on them, like one after another. She had that one weird lady that like tried to present like an actual news person, and she was like telling her off, just burning one person after another.
Leaps over right into the referee.
Nice, really.
Jerry Calhoun is down. There's a cover by Debbie Combs.
Debbie covers it.
What is this? Joe LeDuc.
Oh no. Oh no. This is wild as hell. The worst possible person to come out came out.
Duke grabs a hold of Debbie. What are you doing in a ring? LeDuc, a crazy son of a gun. He's got no business even being anywhere near it. Nails Debbie down, puts Montagas over the top.
You know what Joe LeDuc's thinking? After I whip up on former drug addict Paul Diamond, he's going to need, some company in the hotel afterward to, pop some bottles, blast off.
And there goes LeDuc, interfering in a match he had no earthly business of being around, and the referee counts 1, 2, 3. So
have Paul Diamond in here now to explain to the referee what happened. Joe LeDuc comes in. He got no...
Now, whose opinion is he going to trust? Joe LeDuc, a known, a veteran of the business, a man, or a former drug addict, Paul Diamond, who is a boy still? Come on, ref.
Business in this match. What
explains the no non-title part of it, though.
Whatsoever. And now LeDuc has called Montagas out of there. He said, come on out. She has left. Debbie Combs struggling now to get back to her feet, and Paul Diamond trying to...
LeDuc's sly, man. He's going to get it in.
Explain to Jerry Calhoun exactly what happened.
Calhoun was knocked down and silly as Despina was leapfrogging over Debbie and nailed right into the referee. They went down. Here comes LeDuc, jumps in. He slammed Debbie and then put Despina on top. And the winner, I assume, with no correction on.
So do you think that's to set up like the mixed, I'm assuming like a mixed tag match at the arena show or something? It would make sense.
It is going to be Despina
Montagas. Yeah, thank goodness for the sake of fair play that was...
Gave her a backbreaker.
Not a title match, but victory is going to look good on the books there for Montagas over the champion.
You betcha. Timeout, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Wow.
Oh, yeah, Wednesday night. I'm talking about the Evansville Coliseum with 9 outstanding matches, and you're going to see a bunch of different kind of bouts. One of them is going to be an AWA Southern Tag Championship match when the King and the Giant Hillbilly put those belts on the line against the Nightmares.
That's right, Lance. Big night in Evansville, Indiana. 9 matches, and you're looking at one of them right here is going to be for these Southern Tag Team belts. I understand J.D. Costello is a little bit upset because he no longer manages the Southern Tag Team Champions. Well, that's tough, brother. We got the belts, and we plan to keep them for a long, long time. Now, I'm not taking anything away from the Nightmares. I understand they're a tough team, but I don't think they're big enough, and I don't think they're tough enough to take these belts away from the King and this giant hillbilly right here.
Just come on down and try, boys. That's all you got to do.
They'll be there Wednesday night, and so will we. By golly, I'll
And
tell you.
I'm going to be there Wednesday night, too. Dundee, don't think for 1 minute that I only got one bullwhip to my name, because I got several, baby, and a lot of them not quite as good as you, baby, but almost, because that comes the skill of the user, baby, and that's me.
Yeah, I mean, based on demand, I would say probably pretty low, because if there was like much of a demand for women wrestling, I think we would have seen more of it, because they're using the TV show to advertise the house shows. So, I mean, to go 6 months without any women's wrestling. But we're so like, I'm so modern brained, like I'm so used to the modern product. But it is true that back in the day, they probably wouldn't have had like in some territories, not had like ongoing storylines. Like they would have just traveled in and out as like attractions, kind of like the midgets.
Now, Dundee, you got something I want, and that's shoe baby. And I'm going to get it back, and I'm going to bring another little shoe baby number 2 with me. And we're going to take all the ring ropes down, and you're going to stand on one side of that ring, and I'm going to stand on the other, and we're going to start throwing back and forth and back and forth. And whoever can stand the heat can stay in the ring, and if you can't, you got to get out of the kitchen. And the one that wins is the one that knocks the other one off the ring apron. And Dundee, I'm going to knock you off that ring apron, and I'm going to get my shoe baby back. I'll see you Wednesday.
No ring ropes in that one. And then we're talking about no time, no disqualification. Landell and Idol against Costello's Fire.
Well, the first thing I'm going to do is buy a ticket and watch Dutch strap that Dundee like a prisoner of war, baby. And second of all, J.D. Costello, don't think for 1 minute that the Nature Boy Buddy Landell has forgotten what you did to him, all right? But I have one thing on my side, baby. That's the Idol, baby. Austin Idol, the international heartthrob, Daddy, and the Nature Boy getting down, the throwdown in Evansville, Indiana, Daddy. We're coming to get you.
Looking forward Wednesday night. You make it a point to be there.
He got a couple cocaine bubbles in his brain there, but he did it. He toughed it out. He made it through.
We're ready to go.
Oh my Lord, look at this lineup. So we got the Mod Squad and teaming up with Fire and Flame against Garmin and Trailer, one of my favorite Memphis jobber tag team right now. Mr. Liberty, one of my favorites, and Tracy Smothers. What a lineup.
With 8-man tag team action here. It's Fire and Flame and the Mod Squad on one side. On the other, Jerry Garmin, Benny Traylor, David Haskins, and Tracy Smothers in the ring right now. Oh, Tracy kicked one of the Mod Squad in the back of the head. That was...
Lance Russell, J.D. Costello, and here I am. We have a number of lethal moves that we're going to unleash on these opponents today. I want you to watch. Take notes and watch.
There's no question, impressive physically is the team of the Mod Squad and Fire and Flame. They are large gentlemen with, I might say, some questionable ethics when it comes to wrestling.
Who are these guys we're wrestling?
What we're witnessing right now, Dave Brown, are some large men with questionable ethics.
Today, Garmin, Trailer, Mr. Liberty. Who are they? Trailer? Who are they?
That's okay. Tracy Smothers, David Haskins, Jerry Garmin, Benny Traylor.
You know, when they were born, something terrible happened, Lance Russell. They lived.
Great, J.D. Boy.
Fighting my dynasty is like fighting the IRS. You just can't win.
Well, I'll certainly agree with part of that.
My master plan to rule professional wrestling, and it's working. Look at this.
That's Fire in there right now.
We just have a deep hatred for losing, Lance.
Well, Mod Squad and Fire and Flame certainly keeping it on top right at the moment. Whoa, man, he speared him with a shoulder, and I mean laid him hard down on that mat.
Benny Traylor just made the tag on Jerry Garmin.
Such a heel move. Throw the guy over so he can make a tag, then just start beating the shit out of his partner immediately.
Got to get sizzling red hot, if you know what I mean, Lance.
Are they putting on more weight? They could be. They are large gentlemen.
Takes a shot from Flame as Fire comes in and rips him to the midsection.
Knee lift. Puts him down to the mat. Jerry Garmin in trouble. Tag made. One of the Mod Squad coming in. That's Bruiser.
No, I forget what their names were. I said them earlier. I finally looked it up. I don't remember, but it wasn't Bam Bam.
Cruiser Basher.
Get it right, Dave. Now, come on. You're getting paid to sit out here and do this. Do it right.
I think you had it right.
It'd be a little easier if we didn't have the distraction over on the other end of the table there.
I actually thought maybe one of them was Frank Morrell. If you remember him, he had that weird father-son storyline with Billy Travis that was really, really awkward and pretty much ended Billy Travis's push.
Oh, look out. All of them in there. We got a free-for-all. Oh, the fire.
Third-degree burn alert.
They must have made mad dough for this match. I highly doubt that.
Okay, JD, get out of here.
I think Cornette said sometimes you didn't even get paid for the studio shows in some territories. They were just considered part of like your promotion or like doing commercials.
We're not interested in any of that. Boy, that is really funny.
There's the 3 count as Jerry Garman is pinned after being burned by fire and flame. Boy, they threw that flame right on his chest. He's holding on, but he's hurt as they burn him.
Kicked out of the ring. We got to take time out. We'll be back in just a moment.
Gladys barred the door, yes, absolutely. And Pier 6 brawl.
Okay, we're ready to go with a...
I can't watch anything NWA. Unless it's like pre or post like what WWE owns. They'll take down the stream like not immediately, but like they'll take it down like while I'm streaming.
Second fall of action, and here we go.
Second fall of... Are we actually getting a second fall?
We've got an 8-man that has Fire and Flame and the Mod Squad going against David Haskins, Tracy Smothers, and...
I've just noticed it's a 7-man now.
Okay, there you go. That sounds right. Like jobbers were paid, but the other guys weren't. It doesn't matter if they're on like YouTube. Like they got like... it's happened to me with Mid-South, and I think we tried it with Championship Wrestling from Florida. Like, they don't like me using any of their shit.
Jerry Garman burned by...
I don't ever remember a time where we got a second fall in a time expiration match. That's kind of crazy.
Fire and Flame in the first fall, and he's not back out here. They've injured him to the point he can't continue.
So it's Benny Trailer, and Fire is laying out on...
I would say Memphis, Portland... Big Time, probably. Puerto Rico, if you could find it. Most of the you could probably get away with most of like the Japanese territories, I would think, or like the foreign matches.
Supposed to be laying.
Well, I'm in America, so I'm phrasing it from that perspective. But like, I don't think there would be like I don't think I would get like a New Japan strike for showing like a VHS tape of an old show.
Out on this side of the ring.
Hey, Lance and Dave, you know what you do when you mess with Fire and Flame? You're bound to get burned. That's what happens.
Yeah, great observation, JD. Let me tell you, we're a little...
I think we're hoping OVW. That's something we're thinking of, like in the future maybe of doing like full year watch throughs of.
Irritated at that team of yours too. In the air, Haskins, a spike slams him down and drops with a big elbow.
Spike tags Basher. Basher picks David Haskins up in the air and just runs around the ring with him before he finally drives him down to the mat with a power slam.
Boy, and Haskins is no flyweight either.
No, he's 235. He's got good size on him.
I actually don't know what the letters are for Portland. I just always refer to it like as Portland because I don't know. I honestly don't know too much about it.
Basher makes the tag.
Like Roddy Piper, Buddy Rose, Billy Jack Haynes. I know like very, very little otherwise about Portland.
On fire.
Portland never got one of the WWE DVDs, right? I don't think they ever did like a dedicated one. Who was the guy up there? Don Owens? I think that's the name that always came up in all the Piper interviews. Have I ever watched it? Yeah, but like not very much of it. The world of sports, I mean.
Haskins thrown into the ropes. Fire. The right hand to the midsections. He came by there.
We're gonna have to watch all the Billy Jack shoot interviews sometime. Probably we'll have to do that on Twitch. Probably.
Trying to get the tag. Did he get it on Tracy Smothers?
No, he was just a little short of it, Dave.
We may have some more pre-4th of July fireworks in the ring before it's over with, Lance Russell. That'd just brighten up your day, wouldn't it? They'd light up your eyes, wouldn't it?
Let me tell you something, JD. A lot of folks are going to get sick and tired of that, and they may find some interesting ways to get back at JD Costello and the Dynasty.
And you're one of them, aren't you, Lance Russell?
I'll leave my...
Is Lance Russell brigading?
I'll leave my part of it to be handled by somebody else.
You wonder if Haystacks Calhoun is around in our time? Hell no, he's not still alive.
Well, there are some people here, because when they get mad, they can handle a situation.
You're talking about what, Jerry Lawler, Uncle Elmer, whatever he goes by now. You're talking about all those geeks in the other dressing room. Is that who you're talking about? Those wimps? Look at Fire and Flame and Spike and Basher. You've got over 100 pounds of muscle still right there. And
You've got over 100 pounds of muscle. I think even 1,000 pounds.
The brains of the machine right here.
And look at Flame in there. He's supposed to be the man out. Fire and Flame are just swapping at will over here in the corner. It's like, you know, it's ridiculous.
They couldn't play it straight if they had to. They're sitting out here because of the burn in the first.
He wasn't going to let him get anything in. He was just going to smother it. Well, ironically, he was smothering Tracy Smothers.
Ball is supposed to have had one of their...
Is it me, or do you just like really like that slam? Like there's some force behind that shit.
Men out where it was going to be 3-on-3, but no. They got to be swapping in and out as Fire and Flame keep exchanging.
Look at Spike in the ring right now with Tracy Smothers. You don't get any more brutal than Spike. Former New Orleans police cops fired for police brutality, Lance Russell. You just don't get any meaner than that. It's bred into their blood. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, JD. We've got about 2.5 minutes of action time left here as Smothers gets thrown right over the top rope and out on the floor.
That's not what happened. Don't you know he's probably got wet feet or something. He slipped and fell out.
From behind, Flame nails him.
Jeez, that was like Hulk Hogan. That was a Hulk Hogan style chair shot. I like that. Yeah, fired for police brutality.
With that chair.
He's going to have a headache in the morning. You know that?
Yeah. Well, just keep it up, JD. Just keep it up. The great dynasty may have its reckoning day before too long.
Lance Russell, my dynasty is the largest organization of its type in the world. It's got more money behind it than you've got in your bank account that you'll make all of your life. So don't talk about my dynasty. Watch perfection in the ring right now as we tear apart 3 habitual chronic losers. They come down here to the television station week after week after week. They could be in bed sleeping late on Saturday. Instead, they're down here.
Oh, is this only a 6-man tag match? Is that why the one dude's outside the ring?
They're getting their brains beat out. I don't know why they keep coming down here every week.
Well, they don't come down here and expect to see hooligans that are going to be throwing fire around and hitting people on the head with chairs and that stuff.
Now, that guy in the ring right there looks like the type of guy who would rob a New Orleans liquor store down...
Oh, my God. Really, JD?
On Bourbon Street. Spike and Basher would be summoned to come down there. Wow. And, of course, they would take him out into a sleazy back alley off of Bourbon Street and beat him up before they took him down to the jail.
Great. I love your sense of fair play, JD, really. That's Benny Trailer in there. As Spike is working him over in that ring. There's no question about that. Tag on Flame, and he comes in. Boy, I'll tell you, they just get bigger. Spike, the biggest of the Mod Squad, and Flame is even bigger than he is.
Yeah.
Trailer carried over to the corner. There's a tag on Basher.
Trailer in a bear hug right now. He's going to have back pain for about a week out of that.
This is 1986 Memphis, as it would have been seen in Evansville, Indiana.
Well, we're running out of time, and that's fortunate for one
I don't think it's elimination. I think it was just 2 out of 3 falls.
Side of the ring, because they have just not had a good day at all.
Keep the tape rolling, Lance Russell. We're not finished yet.
You don't know it, but you're closer to being finished than...
There's a problem.
There's a problem. What happened here? Oh, okay. What's happening now? What is going on here? I don't know what these weird mind games. Okay, here we go. All right, I'm tight on time. I think I can get one more in. So this is July 12th, 1986, the immediate follow-up show.
And Dave Brown, and we're right along ringside, and son of a gun, ready to go with
Dave Brown is such a weirdo. Like, he's just such a strange person to me.
another big week of action, David.
Oh, you all right?
Not yet, Bill. Not yet. Come on now. We've got a very short show. We got too much in here. We don't have time to
Well, if you have a short show, my friend, that's right up my alley, because I know all about being short. How can you have a wrestling show with two wrestling commentators that don't really know nothing about wrestling? So I'm inviting me to sit beside you all.
Fine. Oh, that's marvelous.
We saw that a little while ago. We watched a video of a tour of Jerry Lawler's home, and he has the Mid-South statue.
You'd let us get the show open and get into our first break, please, Bill?
Well, let the girls see me first. Hi, girls. How are you?
Today we've got Jeff Jarrett on here. He'll be teamed with Pat Tanaka. Akio Sato, Tarzan Goto will be involved in a tag team match. Bam Bam Bigelow for a handicap match today. The Nightmares will be here. And later on, Mod Squad and Fire and Flame involved in an 8-man tag match all this week.
Obviously, we've got Bill Dundee with us.
You did commentary for 7 years for Memphis? Wow.
Today, too, but not for long. We're going to take time out, and we'll be back in just a moment.
All right, our opening match of the day is set to go as the bell sounds. Pat Tanaka faces off.
Well, the two Keiths were such an effective team last time. Certainly, they'll find success this time.
Against Keith Robertson. Keith Robertson's partner is Keith Eric. And Pat Tanaka's partner in the corner, Jeff Jarrett. One fall, 10-minute time limit.
Joe LeDuc beat a guy to half to death with a chain. You missed that. He also destroyed the set.
Match Pat Tanaka out of Hawaii. Schooled in the martial arts. Keith Robertson and his partner, Keith Eric, both out of Memphis, Tennessee, and, of course, Jeff Jarrett out of Nashville. Big powerful job, and Keith Robertson says, it's enough of that for right now. He slides out of the ring. Back up on the apron now. He climbs through the rope. Pat Tanaka waiting for him there. Here he comes back again. Bill Dundee over here at the table. Tanaka fired into the ropes. He ducks under. Robertson waiting there. Tanaka let him have it with a very clean chop. There's a headbutt. And Keith Robertson in trouble here.
No, he ain't in trouble. He's just getting a...
Anybody know if this guy ever did anything else? Keith Robertson? I don't know. I feel like he looks like he should have, like, at least made it to, been a consistent, journeyman or something.
Now, that's a karate chop that should never even happen.
That was side of the hand. That's all right as long as you don't jab with the point of the fingers. Jeff Jarrett coming down off the rope.
Spider-Man.
Robertson.
That'd be for me. That boy would never be in the wrestling business.
If it hadn't been for you?
Hadn't been for me. I punched him out one time. He got so
Jeff Jarrett.
mad he went home and said, Daddy, I got to beat up Bill Dundee. I ain't seen him since.
You may. Young Jeff Jarrett.
Okay. You're like Lance Russell. You've sat here so long. Now look at this. He held on to his tights, Dave Brown. Why didn't you tell the people that?
No, he didn't. It was a nice, clean move there by Jeff Jarrett. Yeah, there's another one. Look at that.
Yeah, that was, I think at the arena show after the last episode was Joe LeDuc against Paul Diamond in a chain match, which we won't get to see, but maybe we'll get to see clips of, maybe eventually.
All this wrestling techniques off Lance Russell, biased opinion is what you're giving, Dave.
Good drop kick. Caught him right in the chest, and Keith Eric tried to call timeout, looked like.
Oh, it's smart. Get a breather.
There are no timeouts in the world of professional wrestling.
The momentum stopped, and then, you know, he's thinking now, watch this. Keith Eric's going to take him down for 2 points.
Momentum is still with Jeff Jarrett, looks to me like. Whoa, there's a reversal by Eric, and another one by Jarrett.
No, but Paul Diamond was the inspiration for Candle in the Wind, but not Black Diamond.
Armbar by Jeff Jarrett on Keith Eric.
That's a Japanese armbar. He got it backward. Now, watch this double team. Oh, man.
Good one. Keith Eric hits the mat. Pat Tanaka coming in. After the tag, he's around behind it. Dumps him down to the mat. Wow. Count of 2 and 3.
Hawaiian suplex.
He got it.
He's holding his strike.
That's a 3 count.
Damn.
There was no hair pulling. It was a clean win for Pat Tanaka and Jeff
Mind if I make a comment here, Bill?
I had no idea he was Croatian until I heard that in that Hannibal interview.
2 minutes, 38 seconds to time. Good. 2:38.
Oh, cool. Look, you can see the camera. I always like it, too, when you can see the camera people.
The time on it. Jeff Jarrett and Pat Tanaka victorious.
Tiger suplex that Pat Tanaka came down with, and boy, I'll tell you, that was a dandy indeed to win over the team of Robertson and Eric. I wanted to get Jeff out here because, Jeff, this really ought to be the happiest day of your life. Boy, a young fella who's really not been in wrestling long, and you and Tojo Yamamoto came down. You got a stunning upset over Sato and Goto and won the international titles. After it had been accomplished, and that's all I knew to say to the people is I don't know what happened. Tojo walked out.
I like all these little artifacts too, because they don't really get in. They're minimal in these episodes, but I do feel like when you get like the VHS tracking or whatever it is, or like a little artifact, I just think it's kind of neat.
On you. And what did happen?
Well, Lance, you know about as much as I do. All I know, I was in the ring, seen for a long time, and I was fighting. And I finally got a tag to him. The next thing I know, I couldn't even get my breath. And he tagged me back in. And somehow, Lance, I rolled one of the guys up and heard the 3 count. The next thing I remember, I don't really remember. Because,
well, but no wonder, too, because it was at that point that Keogh's...
Pretty interesting seeing him like so early on in his promos. I mean, he looks significantly different, obviously, especially compared to now. But, you know, I always thought he was like at least a solid promo, if not a like above average promo as a heel. So seeing him like get his feet underneath of him on the mic is really interesting.
Sato.
What incredible transformative, historic, and educational and critical and analytical content I'm putting into this video of Jeff Jarrett. I just want to make sure everyone at Anthem can see that I'm transforming this Jeff Jarrett content with my commentary.
Oh, and Goto jumped you.
Right.
And they were beating the stew out of you.
And the only thing I remember is I saw Pat come through the ropes. And
I'm not sure if the old USWA ones or not. I know they're up on YouTube. I would probably at least try. I mean, I would feel okay at least trying and seeing if whoever is like cool with people watching them and, you know, commentating and sharing info dump on wrestling.
I was behind it at the time, and when he came
Yes, thank you for this transformative content.
in, and after he cleared the ring, I was walking back. I said, "Where's Tojo?" I've been trying to get in touch with him. Lance, I don't know really what happened. All I know,
you called him, and
I've tried to get in touch with him all week, and I don't know where he is. He hasn't said nothing. He didn't say nothing after the match. He just left.
Well, what about the titles now, Jeff?
I have no idea. You know as much as I do. I know that we have the titles right now, but looks like I don't got a partner that'll be on my side.
Well,
I fucking love that song with my baby tonight. I think that's it's a goof song, but I think it's actually a solid song.
Well, I'll tell you, here's a guy that was on your side when you needed him.
I'll tell you what, Jeff, man, Tojo is not your friend. He walked out on you, brother. You got to stop being such a nice guy. Go after him, man. We're going to show Tojo, and Goto.
You ain't gonna show another buddy.
Yeah, we'll show him what it's all about.
Yeah.
They know the martial arts, right?
Ladies and gentlemen, Hawaiian.
Well, they ain't never matched up to me yet. And we're gonna go. And we're gonna go full speed with Tojo, Goto, and Tojo, all right? We'll get them.
You guys got a match coming up with Sato and Goto, and you do remember that you know now what they did to you.
Well, Goto,
He say Taco and Goto?
comes around. That's what I'm going to try to do, pay those guys back.
Hey, go back there,
That's what the
Coach
match
Jarrett.
at. They left me in the ring bloody, and I'll get them back.
Okay, Jeff Jarrett, Pat tonight.
He's got like the Matthew McConaughey delivery. Hey man, let me tell you something, man. We're getting in that ring, man. They're gonna end up bloody, Lance. That's just the way it is, man. We're gonna take out of here. And Pat's like, Tanaka.
We'll be looking forward to that. We'll try to clear this situation up a little bit later. If you don't mind, we're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Boom! Oh.
Sensational night of action coming up in Evansville, Indiana. Wednesday night, right there at the Coliseum, when WrestleFest comes to town with 9 outstanding matches.
WrestleFest, hell yeah.
And brother, I mean, the best of everything is coming to you. Loser leave town. It'll be a 2-ring battle royal. You're going to be seeing a combination boxing wrestling.
They had to declare Carney law because no one kept accurate records or honest records.
A battle of the giants, and that's what we want to talk about right now. The giant hillbilly will be going against Bam Bam Bigelow. With Larry.
No, we don't get to see it. Fuck.
Larry Sharp at ringside.
I don't know how you have the audacity to stand.
One of these, I'm going to write it down right now, okay? I'm going to write it down. I need to look for 1986 Memphis arena shows so that we can try to find some of these blow-off matches. Because I want to see fucking Giant Hillbilly against Bam Bam Bigelow. I need to see that.
Stand here and even call that a contest. The Giant Hillbilly, the man that wears a pointy hat, that covers pointy head. And let me tell you something, he's so far behind the times, he takes a corn cob to the men's room instead of Charmin, if you understand what I'm talking about.
Larry Sharp saying he wipes his ass with a corn cob. What a statement.
Now, Jerry Lawler, if you wasn't so ugly, I'd kiss you goodbye before you leave town.
Yes.
Because it'll be good riddance. And did a 2-ring battle royal if you think that means something to us. 10 grand, let me tell you something. Like I told you before, I don't let Bam Bam eat unless he wins some matches. And Bam Bam, this is what I've been saving on your food money, brother. So take yourself, buy yourself a couple of big hearty steaks on your manager, pretty boy Larry Sharp. And let me tell you something, Uncle Elmer! You're gonna be ashamed to call yourself a wrestler when the gruesome twosome walks over your big belly.
That's just one of the outstanding.
Oh man, that's just pure greatness just pumped right into my veins. What a promo. Larry Sharp always seems like he's going to be on like the verge of a heart attack at the end of every promo.
Matches is going to be coming up Wednesday night in the WrestleFest, and a boxing wrestling match with JD's Fire and Flame against JT Southern Thomas Marlin.
Let me tell you about Thomas Marlin. Everybody used to know that he was a very successful boxer. Well, he's not anymore. Everybody also knows that he is the brother of promoter Eddie Marlin. Well, nobody cares about that. They all know it's a conspiracy against Fire and Flame and myself. Well, he may not can wrestle. He may not can box. We're going to knock him out come Wednesday night in Evansville.
Perfect.
We're standing here with...
Oh boy, more great promos though. Amazing promos. I love these Memphis promos. These guys are just so good.
Tojo Yamamoto, Akio,
Larry Sharp, what a legend.
Sato and Tarzan Goto. And there's been some conversation. I talked to Jeff Jarrett about it. He said that you wouldn't return his phone calls. What in the Sam Hill possessed you to walk out of the arena at the time?
That's JD Costello. He's amazing. It took a while for him to kind of win me over, but once he really started rolling, like I just think he's wildly entertaining.
Time of that situation when you and Jeff Jarrett.
And one time he tore his clothes off and ran into the ring to fight a guy like half naked, and it turned out that he has like Dutch Mantel level body hair, which was kind of a shock.
We're together, winning the titles, and you turned around and walk out when he's in trouble.
First thing I'm going to tell you, Mr. Lund, don't you spit in my face, you understand? Don't you spit in my face. Mr. Lance Russell,
USA.
I want to tell you first thing.
USA.
Me and Mr. Goto is cousin. I want to tell you and tell everybody. In the first place, that's my countryman. You understand? And Mr. Lance Russell, I want to tell you, I never dreamed and never thought that me and Jeff Jarrett could defeat this international tag team champion because they are honorable imperial wrestler and they are the greatest. You understand?
I hear what you're saying, Joe.
I never dreamed.
Believe it.
I could have never dreamed because it was my country people. And when you cannot fight your country people, we respect our country people. We never did fight it because Eddie Marlin booked this match, and I had long time conversation too that we could never fight against each other, especially Japanese.
Did Jeff Jarrett know that you were cousins with Goto?
Well, Jeff Jarrett can use his common sense. You understand? I don't have to fight Jeff Jarrett battle. He can fight his own battle. I fight my own battle. You understand? Tell him, Tojo. Tell him.
Well, I can't understand a situation where you go into an international title match.
Yes, ever since then, he's completely skyrocketed.
Come in there, your partner ends up getting a pin on him. Sure, it was stunning. I couldn't even believe it when I saw
that's his battle, too. I don't have to fight his battle.
And then you walk out on him.
I never walk out on him. That's my business. It's not your business. Don't you put your nose inside my
Exactly. Mind your own fucking business, Lance.
business, Mr. Lance Russell.
And you are
I like this no-nonsense promo. He's like, that's my business.
now standing here with Sato and Goto.
Yes.
And you're gonna
Now that's why I told you, Mr. Goto is my cousin. You understand now? And I want to tell you and everybody that he's my cousin. You understand? He's my mother and his mother. You understand? His sister. You understand? That's me cousin. You so stupid. I gotta tell you everything.
I understand what you're saying. And you are
I feel like they wanted him to look like Odd Job, maybe. But maybe they couldn't afford, they couldn't find a bowler hat.
Yes, I'm going to be the advisory now, Mr. Yamamoto, and my two Imperial Tag Team Champions.
Did you see the Tanaka come in there? Those Jeff and Tanaka, nothing but a punks. Right. I told you before, we want a man. We want to fight the men. We're going to show once again what kind of champion we are.
Wow. If I was there, I'd be getting the hacksaw Jim Duggan going with the slow start, where you go like USA, USA, just drown him out.
I noticed whose hand was raised in there. You saw whose hand was raised. You're the one.
Right as a nose on your face, brother. The guy don't like Jeff Jarrett.
Well, they're in the ring. Let's go to it, Dave.
All right, the bell sounds. Sato and Goto going against Jerry Garman and Benny Traylor in this match. It'll be a one-fall, 10-minute time limit match. Oh, the Japanese team losing no time and going to work.
Hey, Dave, if Tanaka and Jarrett think they're going to defeat
I really like Garman and Traylor. I wish they could like get a little bit of a push.
this team, they're wrong, brother. That's a point right in motion. They all think alike, man. They all think alike. Look at that. Great move.
They're a powerful tag team. There's no doubt about that. Akio Sato, Tarzan Goto. And now, with Tojo Yamamoto in their corner, a strange event that is.
He's just there to advise them. They don't talk much English, so he got to tell them what to eat. Not to buy them stinking McDonald's hamburgers. He got to tell them all that.
Yeah, I can imagine what he's going to advise
Satin jacket sales have kind of cratered, I feel like.
them too. Well, he's sitting in ringside.
That's the real reason the Thorpes had to move into the RV is because they were heavily invested in the satin jacket market, and you know the basement dropped out on that.
Tarzan Goto coming in. Benny Traylor really taking a beating here early in the match. We're about a minute into it. Oh.
That was a good fireman's carry takedown. That was good scientific. They can wrestle.
I don't think Tarzan Goto wasn't in the Orient Express, was he? I think that was he? I didn't think he was, but I could be wrong. It might have been one of those things where I just never realized it. Tarzan Goto was in the Orient Express? That's crazy. How did I not know that?
They can wrestle. I won't take that away from them.
And they're in shape.
They are in shape. So why do they have to use the tactics that they do?
Oh, see, that was great, Dave.
That was a great kick. He puts him down. Count is 2 and 3. It's over.
That's it.
Eddie Taylor pinned in 1:31 seconds, and the team of Akio Sato and Tarzan Goto.
I love the old wrestling, especially the studio wrestling where it's like every show, everything's different each show, but like it's all familiar because it's like the same places and the same basic assortment of people that kind of rotates, but like you see the same fans and the announcers are always there.
With Tojo Yamamoto, you see over in the left of the screen.
It's like I'm nostalgic for it, but I didn't actually like experience it.
Get their hands raised in 1:31 seconds. 1:31.
Yeah, so Sato and Tanaka, and then wasn't it also like Tanaka and the guy in the mask, which was the drug addict?
Time on it. We're going to take a break here. We'll be back in just a moment.
Sorry, former drug addict.
Ooh, let me run through this quick 60 seconds, brother. We got a lot to talk about here. Friday, July the 18th, Hopkinsville, Kentucky at the Convention Center at the Western Kentucky State Fairgrounds. Thursday, July the 24th at Owensboro there at the Sports Center. Now, WrestleFest is what I want to talk about, friend. There will be a $1 increase, but let me tell you, $100 worth of wrestling action will be added for Wednesday night in the 9 matches. Smothers against Sexton, Bruise Brothers against Gypsy.
Isn't that something that, like, they had to... Like, that, it shows you that they had a high regard for their fans, like that they didn't just take them for granted because they're like, hey, listen, we know ticket prices are going up by $1, but like we've added so much shit onto it to make it worth it. Like, they felt the need to address like $1, which admittedly was a big percentage of the ticket back then, but still, it's just cool, kind of cool that they took the time to like let them know up front and then kind of explain where that extra $1 is going. You know what I mean? Just seems like that's more respectful of the fans' money.
Gypsy Joe and the Golden Terror mixed tag. Joe LeDuc and Despina Montagas against Diamond and Combs. It'll be Sato and Goto against Jeff Jarrett and Pat Tanaka. Special challenge match. The Nightmares against the Mod Squad. Bam Bam Bigelow going against Giant Hillbilly. You'll see a combination boxing wrestling with JT Souther and Thomas Marlin against Fire and Flame. Spectacular. 10,000 to the winner. 2-ring triple chance battle royal. And stand by. Bill Dundee, Jerry Lawler in a loser leave town. You got to be there Wednesday.
The ring. Handicap match here against Jim Jameson and Mike Murphy. That'll do it, Bill, for heaven's sakes. Bill Dundee ringing a bell incessantly. Bigelow doing a handstand.
King TL bricked up if he saw that.
Double kick kicks Jameson and Murphy back.
Action, baby. Yeah. Oh, Bam, you got me excited, baby. Now, Jim Jameson and that other, what's that other dude's name? I've got this, Dave. I got this under control. Look at that drop kick for a 400-pound athlete, Daddy. Oh, Lord, I wouldn't be you for nothing.
Look at that, Bigelow.
Well, at least somebody else thought so. Somebody else thought it was good apart from me. Even Mr. Bias Lance Russell thought it was.
Hey, listen, I recognize it when I see it. And, brother, this guy is big and as mobile as anybody I ever
saw. Now, that's class, Lance Russell. That is destruction, baby.
Yeah, who did Jim Jameson make mad? Like, holy shit.
Oh.
What is it?
Here we go. What is this? Do you know what it is, Lance Russell? He gone upstairs, Daddy. This is 400 pounds, Lancer. 400 pounds. Ooh, messy. Look at the grace this man has. Oh! I think it's all over. No, don't ring it. What for? Don't ring it. Do it again, Bam Bam.
Disqualification, Bill, in case you didn't notice.
Help me understand that. Why the disqualifications? Is it you're not allowed to come off the top rope? That can't be true. We've seen other people come off the top. What's the deal with that?
He got disqualified for going to the top rope.
Okay, so they are saying it's a disqualification that if you go to the top rope.
And the winner.
No, that's got to be new.
Winners are going to be Jameson and Murphy. He now comes down and picks Murphy up.
Well, the match is already over, Lance. There you go, Bam Bam. Hey, he don't want to hear that. There we go now. There you go. We got him, Bam Bam. Woo! Mercy.
Oh, yeah, of course, Joe. I was assuming he's like, "Hey, listen, man, Keem, you don't know, man. I got the strongest legs in the world, man. I'm gonna tell you, Keem, I could push up 800 pounds without even thinking about it. I could sit here and do it, and not even miss it, man. I mean, I got muscular legs. I'm what you call agile, Keem. You know what I'm saying?
That's great. You can't do no more to him, Lancer. It's over. It's already over.
I almost killed him coming off that top rope, but the winner still by disqualification, Jamison
That was
and Murphy.
great.
And Bigelow doesn't even care whether he gets disqualified or not. He and Sharp already made that perfectly.
See, like the disqualification endings, I feel like people would be salty about now, and I understand because I think back when I was super invested, I would have probably maybe been pissy about it, but like I don't even care anymore really because like I just want to see these guys do what they do best. So like if LeDuc gets disqualified all the time, like who gives a shit? Because whatever he does is gonna be like worth it. Maybe that's just like something in becoming like a boomer fan. You just start appreciating just the simplest aspects of wrestling again.
Well, that's what it says right here.
Okay, and off that rope, brother, let me
Get
tell
him
you
out of
what. Look at Bigelow. There he is.
Oh,
Boys,
that's great.
disqualification for...
So in other words, we're going to take away the guy's win. We're going to make it illegal for him to use his finishing hold, but we're going to milk the ratings and make sure everybody sees it again. Come on, Lance Russell.
That is great.
Fly! Nails Jim Jamison, and look at Jamison bounce. He went 18 inches in the air.
Yeah, he did.
After being
Ring the
bounced
bell.
off of that.
Want me to ring it?
We're ready to go as we get ready for our next match.
Very good.
Oh, boy.
All right, up in the ring right now. It's rough and ready.
Man, a third episode of the Nightmares on when I've been chain smoking for 3.5 hours. I don't know. I hope my brain can handle it.
Here come the opponents, the Nightmare. Ken Wayne, Danny Davis.
Bill, I appreciate you respecting something.
One fall, 10-minute match set to go. The referee says ring the bell and let's get her going here. It's going to be Ken Wayne starting for his team and Ruff for the team of Rough and Ready. Boss Winter over in the corner of Rough and Ready.
This looks like some kind of like PlayStation 2 era shovelware fighting game. These characters look so outlandish. Oh yeah, they market him heavy with the Bam Bam vibes too, I feel like.
Guy there. Now that ain't right. I thought Ken Wayne and Danny Davis had a little more class than that, but I see they don't. I guess Jerry already Marlin talked to him and got him on this
I thought they had more class than that.
side of the fence. I think they want all the little girls to like him. What do you...
I think they're a tough tag team.
I agree with that.
These good, they're great. They ain't no Bill Dundee, but you know they're probably in the same class as Lawler, but not me.
Ken Wayne takes it over from Danny Davis and working hard.
Yeah, they look like creative wrestlers that you get inspired to make, and you're like, oh, this is gonna be so cool, and then you just never end up using them. I do actually though legitimately like the way the I like the way Rough and Ready look. They look like some like backwoods cartel members. I think it's pretty cool, like an interesting visual vibe.
Nightmares. Another one of these teams that make up for the lack of size by having tremendous ability. Don't always like some of the things they do, like that. But they handle it the way they see fit, I guess. Look at this! Danny Davis! Not a pile drive.
Are you supposed to put your legs like that? I don't think I've seen that before.
But it's so close good, and boy, here comes Ken Wayne.
You disqualify him, you disqualify Bigelow.
He didn't come off the top rope, he came off the second rope.
That's why they have to distract the ref. Remember, I was wondering why they did it that way? That explains it. So at least they're protecting the top rope thing by having the ref distracted. So I understand it now. I wasn't looking in. I wasn't using my booking brain. I was using my mark brain.
Oh, Bill.
He didn't come off the
Minute 30 seconds the time on it to win for the Nightmares.
Not much of a test, and the Nightmares walk out victorious. We'll be back in a moment. Well, J.D. Costello and the Mod Squad.
You know, I'm a very happy man. I told Jerry Lawler and I told Uncle Smelmer that we were going to get him back anytime, any place. Well, we were looking at the match, and we saw the Nightmares were not taking care of business, so some real men went to the ring and took care of business. And the Nightmares proceeded to attack us from behind and say we cost them the tag team championship belt. Well, those are men. The reason they're mad at me is because they've been begging me for the past 6 weeks for me to be their manager.
I kind of thought when I always heard him talked about on like different podcasts, like Cornette talks about him a lot, but I'd never seen him, so I didn't know what to expect. But I guess I was expecting like kind of a horror movie, but I do actually legitimately find them to be nightmarish to look at. Like, so they kind of live up to it. Like whenever they come out, I am kind of like, oh no, what a nightmare.
And I'm not going to manage little sissies that put makeup stars on their eyes and paint their hair
Oh, here we go, dude. He's going in.
every color of the rainbow. I'm not going to have anything to do with them. And all you idiot fans now cheer them, and you boo the Mod Squad. You say, you call us the Odd Squad. You call me a wimp when I wear the finest clothes that the world can buy. And the Nightmares with makeup all over their face, little sissies, the best thing for the Nightmares to do.
Yes.
Chasing
This is wrestling. Like, this is fucking wrestling.
JD around the ring, up through the ring. There he goes.
When you can turn a feud into a blood feud by calling somebody a sissy, like that's wrestling. A simple core issue that gets escalated until like everybody's just after everybody else. Like, that's simple but like super effective storytelling. And you know the audience was like, oh my God, did he just call him a sissy?
Let me tell you something. Baby, you're in the back. If not, somebody relay the message. You cost us something dear to us, baby. That's because we're the uncrowned Southern Tag Team Champions. Now let me tell you something. We're going to take care of you anywhere. It don't make no difference. Because like Twisted Sister said, baby,
I'd just tell him, I'm going to wipe all that shit off your face, Danny. I'm going to wipe all that ridiculous clown makeup off. I'm going to get Joel LeDuc to give you a deep shampoo to get that shit out of your hair. Why don't you start presenting like an adult instead of like a fucking clown?
we're not going to take it.
Danny Davis, Ken Wayne. I don't and have not agreed with a lot of things, but I'll say one thing.
You say how to Twisted Sister. They're nuts, Rusty.
Nightmare's gone. Maybe we can settle back down and get our match going here.
Dude, you can't catch your breath on a fucking Memphis show. You're like, oh my God, look at what just happened. The clowns are fighting the crooked policeman. And then all of a sudden, here come the Black Blues Brothers.
It's going to be an 8-man. The Blues Brothers. Here they all come. How about it, Dave?
Workshop Cash, Mad Dog, the Blues Brothers stepping up into the ring. Their partner, Mr. Liberty, and David Haskins ready for this 8-man tag team match. Across the way, it is Spike and Mac.
Wow, this is going to be interesting. Like Pork Chop Cash against Fire and Flame. These are interesting matchups.
For the Mod Squad and Fire and Flame. J.D. Costello in the corner.
There was no come down. There was no cool down there. Like, it went legitimately straight from one hot angle into the fucking next match, like immediately.
Well, that's enough, for heaven's sake. The bell sounds many times by Bill Dundee here.
Dude, look at Mr. Liberty's outfit. He's got a new one going. That would be a cool figure. The Spirit of 76.
Workshop Cash.
Oh, he held his tights.
Starting against Spike of the Mod Squad.
To be disqualified, he held his tights, hip tossed him with his tights. They ain't doing you right, J.D.
The pork chop.
Did you see what the Nightmares came out here and did?
I didn't think about that. If Flame is like especially effective against pork chop.
They did it again. Payback is hell, you know it?
You're right, J.D., you're right.
Cornette's gonna complain if the pork chop goes over because the Flame has a natural advantage, and it's just rubbing it in the fans' faces that it's phony. If the pork chop beats the Flame.
Said his twisted sister's coming to help him. Them Waynes are a funny family, man, I'm telling you.
That's what I mean about the Nightmares. Like, I like Danny Davis as a performer. Like, I think he's a good wrestler. This gimmick is so strange to me, I just can't get into it. And it's weird because I normally could, but maybe it's because he's a serious wrestler that's in this goofy gimmick that's throwing me off. I don't know.
Costello and Bill Dundee agreeing with each other on the situation here. Oh, look at that. Mad Dog puts the big slam on Fire. Fire, the biggest man in the ring, but not by much when you compare him with Mad.
Why isn't there someone at WWE that's like trying to get us figures of Fire and Flame in the Mattel line? I mean, those would be so epic.
Dog.
He's a pretty big dude. I guess you got to give him a little bit of credit for slamming him, don't you?
He is
a lot
big.
Of people. Oh, here we go. We got the statue in the ring now. All America be looking at him, Mr. Liberty, right?
Mr. Liberty against Spike of the Mod Squad. He's back to the corner and makes the tag on Flame.
I bet he didn't even send in a donation to the lady neither. He just took her name. Oh, look at this now. 2 points. I believe Flame got 2 points on that boy.
They do, but they look like it's like they're like everything about them is pro wrestling, but it's like a different era than the one they're in right now. Like this feels like it's the era before this era looking guy. You know what I mean? But there's just something interesting about those like old school generic heel outfits that I just think is kind of neat, especially now that we know that like Don Bass was like rotating through a bunch of the different like uniforms.
Hey, nice move by Mr. Liberty. Hey, timeout call by
How did Mr. Liberty never get a run with the title?
Flame. I tell you what, these guys.
Well, I got to say one thing, David Brown. I don't want to say it, but that other team's holding up better than I thought.
Randy's going to have another Hall of Fame. I think I heard him talk about that a little bit last night on his stream.
They would.
They're doing very well, let me tell you, against this huge 1,081 total weight. Fire and Flame and the Mod Squad.
You know, my good friend, superstar Bill Dundee, we've got over 1,000 pounds of dynasty on our side today, and I would say that we would beat that other team back black and blue, but it can't apply for 2 of those guys over there.
Just the blue part, right? That's very clever, J.D. I liked it.
Memphis is a state of mind, man.
Workshop Cash makes a tag on David Haskins. Haskins steps in.
It's Jerry Lawler's cousin right here. He says he ain't, but he looks just like him.
Now the Mod Squad double teaming Haskins. Spike and Basher both working on him.
Now they got it in gear now. Now they're doing what they should be doing. Oh, tell them that was good, Dave. That was
Fire really unloaded. Look out. We've got everybody in the ring.
Fire. He lit him up, Daddy.
Thrown by Fire. 2 and 3, and this ball is over. David Haskins burned by Fire and Flame. And JD and his dynasty again are going to walk out of here with a first fall win. The time on it, 3 minutes, 5 seconds.
Okay, we're going to be back into the action in just a moment. I just cannot get it over. By golly,
I love how he has to come up with a new one every time. I'm just waiting for him to be like, you're not going to believe this shit.
Talking about 9 matches in the WrestleFest, and there's only going to be a $1 increase in price. And you're going to be having such things as a mixed man and ladies match, a special challenge match with the Nightmares, revenge match, Battle of the Giants, boxing, wrestling, 2-ring triple chance battle royal worth 10 grand, and a loser leave town. Now, brother, I'll tell you what, that is spectacular. This is spectacular. We're talking about the Giant Hillbilly. He'll be facing Bam Bam Bigelow.
I've heard Larry Sharp get out here and shoot his mouth off about how bad he is and to do all them squats and all that junk. Well, I'm not worried about the squats. You got to come and get this down, boy. You see the fist? You see this strap? It was won in Evansville, Indiana. King is down. He's taking a little vacation right now. But I am here to take care of business. That's all it is. I ain't got nothing else
Bam
to say.
and the Giant Hillbilly. Brother, I'll tell you, that'll be something that'll be worth the entire evening right there. Want to bring him in for the combination boxing wrestling match. Thomas Marlin going against Fire and Flame will have as his partner JT Southern. JT, welcome to Championship
boy, here
Wrestling.
we go. JT Southern. By the way, Uncle Elmer exposed. Did you notice how effective he always was in those Jerry Lawler promos when they were together as a tag team? Because Lawler just let him stand there and then come in for like his couple good lines. Like, that was a really rough promo to get through for poor Uncle Smelmer.
Your first appearance on the tube right here. You were here earlier with the Austin Idol at the last week.
Right. I've been up in the Northeast, and Austin's a good friend of mine, and he invited me to come down here, and I tagged with him. Now, I heard Austin told me that there's a problem going on with this Fire and Flame.
I like this guy. I feel like kinship to this dude.
They have this habit of pushing around referees, causing all sorts of problems.
Right.
Well, now, me and Thomas Marlowe, the boxer, are going to team up. As he's going to box, I'm going to wrestle, and we're going to get in the ring with Fire and Flame, and we're going to see how this rolls. They want to wrestle. They want to fight. They got both of us.
By golly, I'll tell you what, it's going to be a good one. You came to the place where there's some tough ones. This Fire and Flame's a big, rugged
That's a wild promo.
team, but we're delighted to have you here. Looking forward to seeing you. That's coming up on WrestleFest Wednesday night. Be looking forward to having you out there. Don't miss it, my friend. You've got to be there.
My God.
One of the major events that your town has seen, by golly, is coming. What am I talking about? I'm talking about the loser leave town match between Jerry the King Lawler and Bill Superstar Dundee. Bill, we've had this song before. You and Jerry have had the situations where you've had a loser leave town. You won one of them. Jerry the King Lawler wins one. And boy, I'm telling you what, nothing can be bigger.
That's why we're having the second one, my friend, because I'm still hot, and they're going to take it, and they've flung it out of court every time they went there. So there's no sense paying lawyers hundreds of thousands of dollars, because Lawler's going to go broke, I'm going to go broke, and the whole jet of promotion's going to go broke just paying lawyers to prove something that I know is right. So the only other way to do it is to...
Don't argue with people about what they know is right. See, savvy guys onto it. Bill Dundee knows the same thing. There's no point in arguing with somebody when even they know what's right, and they're just in their foolishness.
Start all over again from scratch one, and that's exactly what we're doing. You read this little piece of paper here, Lance Russell. It says Jerry Lawler and Bill Dundee, right? The fine print was wrote by one of them expensive Lawlers, Daddy. That means you don't come back.
Come back.
Nothing. You can't. The promotion can't bring you back. You
Not
can't,
under a man.
Not under nothing, brother. Now,
You can attest to the veracity of these statements, correct, Lance Russell?
that's the last time I'm paying a lawyer to fight my battles. Now, everybody says, oh, yeah, Bill Dundee, you beat Jerry Lawler, and he did leave. I said, it's the way you
Oh my God, Tim Horner! Holy shit!
beat him. Well,
Another reason why a Smoky Mountain watch through would be so much fun. There's a lot of it is really good, but there's some of it that's really bizarre. Tim Horner's definitely part of that.
No, I never slept. And I'm Cuban. I'm just like you rednecks out there. Sometimes I can't sleep at night. And it bothered me. Every morning I'd wake up and I'd say, I knew I beat that Lawler. And some punk kid would come up to me 3 or 4 days later and say, you never beat Jerry Lawler. You had some help from your friends. That's a lie. I don't need no help from my friends to beat you, Lawler. And Russell, you know it.
He's like, yeah, some kid came up to me and told me, you never beat Jerry Lawler. I did.
Pound, I'm the baddest dude around. You've said it 1,000 times.
right.
Well, I'm just going to prove to you, Jerry Lawler, but mainly it's to me, because it's me it has to wake up every morning. It's me it's got to look in that mirror and shave, Daddy, and I don't like you, Lawler, and I don't like what they did to me when they brought you back. So I'm going to say, well, I've done sign my name, and so have you, Daddy, so it's just up to you, Jerry, and it is up to me, and I'm going to take my hat off to you, and I've said it 1,000,000 times. You're one of the best, Daddy. You're one of the best, and at one time you was the king of the hill around here, but it's time for a new king, and that's me.
And you have faced a lot of...
Bill Dundee is such a generous person. He knows he's going to lose this match to Jerry Lawler and he's going to leave town for a while. So he put 20 promos worth of talking into one promo. That was pretty impressive.
In your career.
Like it's just a reel of Bill Dundee glazing himself. Oh shit, there he is taking it to... Did you see him double stomp LeDuc? Nice. I better like... Let me put my thing up. Let me put up my shield. I did have to remove 2 Duran Duran songs from a Grace Thorpe video one time.
Well, like I said, you don't get to the top of the heap by beating...
You like my heel gimmick, Joe Shabatoni, of my shield against these mean streamers?
Nobody. He's beat a lot of top contenders. I beat a lot of top contenders. And I've been beat on a few occasions, and so has Jerry Lawler. But this thing goes a way back, Lance, and I'm not going to scream and holler about it. It's just burdened me up, Daddy, the way they brought you back, Lawler. I beat up some punk kid, some one-eyed man, and they got hot. So they said, bring the king back. He'll get rid of Dundee. No, sir. You ain't going to get rid of Dundee, Jack. I'm getting rid of you, Lawler, because like I keep trying to say over and over again, I'm the better man. I'm the better athlete. But it always seems to come at the cards never always fall my way, Lance. They always fall for you, Lawler. They always fall for you. Well, I'm not going to fall this time, Daddy, because let's do this, Jerry. Let's not have no wrestlers sitting ringside. Let's add that stipulation, because that's what they said caused it the last time. Remember, all the wrestlers sat out and watched it, and they said somebody handed me something. Well, I'm game, Jack. I'm game to do it just me, just one-on-one, and the best man can walk out of that ring and say he's the king of the hill.
That's really kind of what you want to bring it down to, isn't it? You want to be able to say the guy that walks out of there is the best man after all.
Yeah, That's exactly what I wanted to do, Lance, and that's what I tried to prove the first time. And I just, okay, I'm not taking nothing off it all, like I keep saying. Talking ain't going to get it done. Talking ain't going to solve nothing. We talked, we went to the lawyer's office, they came to my house, I went back and back, and it didn't solve nothing. It just drug out, just like Watergate. But in the end, Jack, the guy that won Watergate prevailed, and I'm going to prevail, Lawler, because it was wrong what they did to me, and I don't care if them rednecks had that like me or not. They've got to respect something, Daddy, me as a man and an athlete. And Lawler, I hope they're all screaming for you, and I hope when you play that silly music and you put that silly crown on and you walk to that ring, they're all out there cheering, because it's my music, and it's me wearing the crown, and it's me, the king of the hill, Lance, and that's all.
Listen, that silly music and that silly hat, those are mine. That's my hat. That's my music.
All I said from the beginning.
Well, I know one thing. You have had the battles, and a lot of people have been against you, and some people have been for you. But nobody has ever said anything but one thing, and that's that Bill Dundee is tough.
Well, I'm just going to tell you, Mr. Russell, and all them rednecks out there, when this is over, you're going to take your hat off to the superstar. Thank you.
The superstar, and there's no question about it, when he wants to be, he is bad to the bone.
What the hell is going on? Is this the Bill Dundee show? 2 full-length promos, a glaze reel, and now a second. All right, see you, Dave's channel. This is ballsy. This much Bill Dundee in a row.
Look out for Dundee. Bill, all we see is hand. He's got a chain. He's just waiting on Kern.
Swear 80% of this footage is in the exact same order as the other video.
Sitting here with a king, and I don't say that I use the word respect, but I will say that here's a guy, Jerry the King Lawler, who knows all about bad to the bone and everything else, and that side of Bill Dundee.
Well, that's true, Lance. You know, they say you need to know everything you can know about an opponent to have your best, to have your best chance against him. And I feel like out of all of the people that I've ever wrestled down throughout my career, if I know any one man inside out, it's Bill Dundee. I know him because I've faced him many times, and I know him because I've been partners with him many times, and I know how tough he is, and I feel like I know, Lance, what goes on in his mind. I feel like I know what Bill's thinking, and I
feel like I know what Bill's thinking, and in the meantime, here's another montage. This one's set to ZZ Top.
That this whole situation has come about because of the fact that it was something that he had strived for his entire career to get rid of me once and for all. You know, even a lot of people ask me, you know, are you and Bill Dundee friends, or do you really dislike each other as much as it appears? And I've told them over and over that even when Bill and I were partners, there was always, I don't know, Lance, if it was a personality conflict or something, but there was
I think that's the word for it.
There was an underlying animosity there that, you know, there's sometimes that in a lot of tag teams. Guys will wrestle together, be partners, and be a heck of a tag team.
This is such a good interview. I love this interview style. He's so calm. He's talking like, to me, this is just, it's exactly like a sports interview would be in, you know, baseball or basketball or whatever. Like, this is, to me, this is being presented like in a sporting league kind of way, which I think is really cool.
But deep down inside or personally, they just really, you know, they're really not the best of friends. And that was the case with Bill and I. And I think that he wanted more than anything, especially after I had won over him one time in a loser leave town match, he wanted to settle the score. He wanted to avenge that. And then when he did win the loser leave town match and I was out of here, and the promotions, you know, the promotion simply overruled.
King got banned from going up on another stream. Who's Ruby's?
They just simply said, we're bringing the King back. It tickled me to death. I think it pleased a lot of fans. But, man, that's stuck in Bill Dundee's craw, and it's something that he's obsessed now, Lance. It's eating at him. And he's gone out, and he's gotten to some of the best lawyers. You know, the things he said about lawyers is all true. This has been a costly legal battle, which it really didn't have to be. Every bit of this could have been settled right in the ring. But Dundee, he won't admit this, but he's the one that started all the litigation. He's the one that went out and hired the lawyers first.
This is so, I just think this is so good.
And he's the one now that has gotten the lawyer to draw up, and I took it to my attorneys, and it is an ironclad contract. Whoever loses this match, Lance, is completely gone from this area for a period of at least 6 months. I mean, you can't appear on television here. You can't, there's no coming.
Oh my God, they're treating it like it's a death, and it's like, listen, you got to get out of here for 6 months. Come on. And they're treating the way it's like so somber with like the montages. You'd think it was like permanently 6 months.
Back to the arenas.
What a Memphis. What a place.
There's no way that you come back under a mask, and there's absolutely no way that the promotion can override.
I don't let anybody up on my stream.
Or overrule this.
From what I saw of it, Jerry, there are just no loopholes. That's all.
No loopholes whatsoever. So, you know, whoever comes out on the short end of this one is actually going to be gone from here for a long, long time.
And only because I'm broadcasting through a probably 15-year-old HP all-in-one computer, and that's the reason nobody comes up on my I would accept any electronics from anyone online after having been associated to unpopular people. Can you imagine if you were a big fan and you were watching this and you knew like you were going to be at the show where they were going to have the loser leaves town match? That would be such a like amazing build up. I would be ready for blood. If I was going to the show live, I would be like, I'd be so amped up.
Jerry Dundee is very, very proud of counting up the number of times that you all have met and the number of victories that he has compared to the number of victories that you have, and he comes out on the plus side. But it's something that you keep pointing out, and it's been a very impressive thing when it comes to the big match, the loser leave town or something like that, with with only one exception. You have won every one of them.
Well, you know, I don't want to be able to let myself get a false sense of security here.
Boy,
I know
wrong guy to do that with.
You're talking about big matches here.
If you were a fan back then, who knows, man? Some people did. Somebody threw acid on Freddie Blassie one time.
This is going to be the biggest one of Bill's career, and without
Who goes to that much trouble to bring a fucking jar of acid to a wrestling match?
without the biggest one of my career. And I don't want to go in there with a big head, and I don't want to go in there thinking Bill Dundee can't win the big ones, because I know full well that he can. I know he's capable of it, and I know this is going to be the fight of my life. And so I just want to say this to Bill Dundee, and I want to say this to all the wrestling fans. I heard you say earlier, Lance, that there are some people out there that are still for Bill.
That's right.
I want to say to them, and I want to say to my fans too, that one thing that you can always expect from the King is that when I go in the ring, I do everything within my power to win the match. And this match is going to be absolutely no exception. It's going to be 110%. And Dundee, the better man is going to win. And I'm just going to tell you, brother, I'm going to be giving it everything that I've got and then some. So you better come prepared.
I will tell you, you are going to see one of the great confrontations that has ever taken place.
Man, I would be coming unglued after that brainwashing series of montages. I would be so jacked up for the show.
In professional wrestling, you must be there to see it.
Yeah, of course I do. When he tells the story, he doesn't say, "Oh, it was a dark day when the fan threw the acid on me." No, he's like, "I got one of these hay seeds to throw acid on me. That's how good a heel I was." And too, because like you couldn't do that shit with the intention of becoming famous. It wasn't like you could be like, "Hey, listen, film me while I do this crazy thing." That didn't exist. You did it because you were just driven to do it because of like how into the story you were, or like how, you know, crazy you were toward whatever wrestler. Like there was no other motivation for these people other than just love of the game. And so like that, you can't even have that anymore, because it's just, if anything happens, it ends up like going viral or at least making it online. So like that art of like the fan troll is kind of dead, because now it would all just be seen as fake or staged, even if it wasn't. I believe they played this same one in January when he left town for 6 months. I swear. All these montages and stuff together, I feel like it's to like start a new booking season or whatever. And this is all just to get our minds so fucked up that we can't remember any of the previous storylines, so that we're like a clean slate for the second half of the year.
Championship wrestling program today. A lot of action, no question about that, and some interesting comments.
Hey, now you got it, Lance. Now you got it.
The superstar Bill Dundee.
Hey, I've watched this show a long, long time, and this is what happens at the end of it, folks. Lance Russell says to Dave Brown, "Okay, Davey, that's about it now, so we'll just recap the show." So just recap the show, Dave, and I'll give you my unbiased opinion.
Oh, I can hardly wait for this.
He normally does this as a single, Bill, not as a duet.
All right, I'm going to tell you what happened in the opening match today. Jeff Jarrett and Pat Tanaka, they look good in that match today. They got the win over Keith Eric and Keith Robertson.
Let's just do it a little bit of time. What would you say? We'll just talk about every match that happens. They look great against them two guys. But them two guys have never beat anybody. So when they go to wrestle Tojo and his boys, how good are they going to look? That's all I'm asking.
Hey, but don't forget this, Bill. This is the first time that they have really wrestled together And as a young team, it may be a combination that can click. Now, you've seen it happen.
Yeah.
It could happen.
That's what they said about me and Barnes. It would never work, but it did. And you saw what happened when we was together, right?
Yeah, I
but
sure did.
Tanaka and Jarrett ain't Barnes and Dundee.
Okay, go ahead.
We'll see about it. All right, the next one, Akio Sato and Tarzan Goto defeating Jerry Garman and Benny Traylor. That was a situation where Sato and Goto were favorites, heavy favorites going in there against a competition that frankly was...
Dave Brown is on it. I dog him all the time, but he's on it now. Today he's doing the recap. He's pushing back against Dundee.
Okay, I'll take my hat off to that too. But like I said to you before, the guys are great. Now they have told you, tell them how to, because they can't talk English. They don't know what they're doing. So I told you, just sits out there, doesn't do nothing, and just advises them. I think they're unbeatable.
Oh, hey, one of them was talking English here. They can talk some English, enough to communicate in there anyway.
Hey, listen, Dundee, one of them fellows was speaking English or talking English.
And I hate to rub it in, but they did lose the match. I would like to bring that to everybody's attention, too. Come on.
No. Okay, let's go to the next one, Dave.
Handicap match. And this one, Bam Bam Bigelow going against Jim Jameson and Mike Murphy. Now, Bigelow, another one of those shortcuts there where Bigelow's got size, he's got experience, he's got all of that. He's in there in a handicap match. And what does he do? He comes off the top rope and gets himself disqualified because the referee is standing, not only staring right at him, he is telling him, don't do it or I'm going to disqualify you. Bigelow does it anyway, so he gets disqualified.
Just let me answer this to you. If anybody has their head tattooed, they got to be just don't feel no pain, they don't care about nothing. That had
Agree
to
with
get
that
done, right? So he really don't care. And when you're 400 pounds, you can walk around life not caring, right? And if he wants to not, that's all I can say. That Bigelow's big and bad enough to do whatever he wants.
May have a point, but if you get disqualified every match, you're not going to have a very good record in the record book when it all comes out.
Bigelow cares about that right now.
Larry Sharp said they couldn't care less about the record. All they want is one thing. The job they came down here for was to get Lawler.
Jerry Lawler, right? I bet they care when they win when that takes place, and I'm still going to bet on Bigelow.
We'll see. The Nightmares going against the team of Rough and Ready. Ken Wayne and Danny Davis, the Nightmares, getting a good victory here in about a minute and a half.
Well, yeah, but all we can say is Rough and Ready wasn't quite ready. That's a little bit of punt there, Len. That was a little bit of witticism from the superstar. And Danny Davis and Ken Wayne did do a fine job. I got to say that. I don't like what they're doing now, teaming around with Lawler and everybody, but...
Sorry, I'm really zoned in. I think this banter between Bill Dundee and Dave Brown, who hardly ever gets to talk to anybody other than Lance Russell, is pretty entertaining.
Whatever.
No, they did get the win. Then it was the 8-man match. Started as an 8-man, ended up as a 7-man match before it was all said and done. Mod Squad, Spike and Basher, Fire and Flame won the first fall when Fire and Flame threw the fire and burned David Haskins.
This is the festive season, so all they did was just brought a little bit of festivities into the wrestling ring. The referee got mad at him and whatever and told the guy. So then Lance Russell says, Haskins can't wrestle because he got burnt. He couldn't wrestle before he got burnt, so what difference does it make?
Well, he couldn't continue in the match, but then the team of the Mod Squad, Fire and Flame...
He couldn't wrestle after he got burned, and he says he couldn't wrestle before either.
Got themselves disqualified, so the main event today will go in the record books as a draw.
Disqualified. The referee never had any idea what was happening, and Lance Russell and Dave Brown both stood up and told him that.
What do you think all these people were doing sitting over here, Bill? They saw it too. Okay, we got to go. For Dave Brown,
Bill Dundee.
This is Lance Russell saying bye-bye, everybody. Bye,
all right. What a day of shows. So exciting. So many great promos. Lawler or Dundee are going to be gone next episode. But unfortunately, I got to go. I'm super glad I got to do 3 episodes today. That was super fun. So thanks for hanging out with me while I wake and bake and watch old wrestling. I appreciate it. You thought it is an Elvis impersonator. I'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to keep watching wrestling for a little bit. I gotta cleanse my spirit a little bit. So I'll be here